T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in it. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
The fox is done running, and the beast is at bay. He'd run them in circles by the end of the day, and they chased him through the brambles, and they chased him through the fields, and they chased him forever. But the fox would not yield, and some saw a shadow the crest of a hill, and the hands were distracted away from the kill. One day we'll reach a great ocean, at the end of a pale afternoon. And we lay down our heads just like we were sleeping, be torn by the drag of the moon. We ran through the forests, and we ran through the streams, and we ran through the heather, till we ran in our dreams. And you were my lover, and I was your bow, and we ran like the river. For what else did we know? One day we'll reach a great ocean, at the end of a pale afternoon. And the dogs are all worn out, and the horses are late. All the hunters and the hunted, at the end of the day. Oh. Our love was a river, a wild mountain stream, and a tumbling fury on the edge of a dream. And they chased us through the brambles, and they chased us through the fields, and they chased us forever. But the heart would not yield. This fox is done running. It's the end of the day. I'm ready to answer. I'm ready to pay. And this river's done running. When the time will come soon, carried to the great ocean by the drag of the moon. Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. That's the Royal Philharmonic.
Good morning, you filthy apes.
Maestro
Welcome to
Stephen
AMC
Mercurio.
and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning. Good morning to you guys. You guys are going, oh, we got to hear what the breaking news is. It's not meant to be a clickbait kind of thing, guys. I got to be honest with you guys when I'm wrong about something and show you where I'm wrong, why I'm wrong, and own up to it. That's not something that's done very often in this community, and it, it happens. we're not wrong, or we're not wrong. We're not right all the time. I'm not wrong in saying that, and I think that I think that's what kind of tells me the difference between people with good character and people with bad character. Is that when you're wrong, you admit to it, and when you're right, you're humble. And I'm gonna admit to you something I was wrong about. So first, I just want to mention that yesterday I was mentioning to you guys that if we were going to break out of this ascending broadening wedge, that we would make it somewhere to the price range within this blue box in here if it was going to happen before market close, which is why I drug the box right here. We did break out of it. This was the point, the 60 something percent chance that we had at making it to this price target by the end of the day. I drug it over here myself. Was like, he just drug it over there to be right. Well, I just was dragging it over here to show you guys that that was the price target point that we just hit right now, and we're consolidating at from yesterday. That's all I was doing. I wasn't trying to like make myself right, but this is now 2 days in a row where we've met technical analysis in the after hours and pre-market morning, which I think is kind of ironic because we haven't seen pre-market and after hour technicals work, because usually we just trade sideways, or it doesn't even, I mean sideways, yeah, like this right here, like all after hours. So anyways, let me get to the wrong part. What am I wrong about? Two things yesterday. One, I called somebody out. And said, you suck because you open your mouth too quick. And I did that after I had already opened my mouth too quick yesterday. I did. I was tired. I did my normal nap after the stream yesterday. Passed out for a while. Wife finally woke me up. We ate dinner around 6 or 7 in the afternoon yesterday, and then I started seeing all these posts about this AMC one options chain that is going to be opening up, and then I was getting hit up for like going places to talk about it, and it was like I was groggy still. I still didn't even understand what was up and what was down, and so I tried to get the best idea I possibly could from without like getting any confirmation from anybody on what was being said inside of that article, and I was wrong. I made some wrong assumptions about what was being said in that article, and after talking with Tony a little bit last night, I think I kind of came to a little bit better understanding as to what's happening. Part of the reason for that is that Tony went out to the direct source and actually talked with OCC to figure out what's going on here, and that's really what you need to do. You really need to kind of like research the stuff first and not just open your mouth quick. So that's a lesson. It's a lesson, right? Like, and that's exactly what I just got done telling the community recently. I said, like, don't, when there's a problem, don't just throw it out there for the community to see and say the wrong things. Figure out the right answer first, and then go to the community and say, hey, this is what I found, and this is what I think is going on. It's better to be a problem solver than a problem maker, and I turned into a problem maker last night. So let me tell you the difference between, at least the way that I'm understanding it currently, what's going on with that AMC one options chain. It is not an options chain for Ape. Number one, I'm going to throw that out there. Number one, it's not an options chain for Ape. Number two, what I would see it as is more of a settlement queue for all options trading that has occurred between now and the 22nd to be settled in an appropriate way, differently than any other options trading that goes on after the 22nd. So just see it as like a settlement queue for AMC options, and it's going to be called AMC 1. And as of right now, that 95%, 5% thing, just ignore it. It's not even a thing. It's not for record keepings for us or anything like that. It's not for us to understand. it's still a 50-50. There's no change. Still 50-50 the whole time. So I haven't read what you guys are writing on the side over here, just because it's hard for me to like read what you guys are saying and saying what I'm saying at the same time. So, but anyways, that's what it is. It's just it's an options settlement queue for any kind of options trading that has occurred between the announcement that Ape was being created and the 22nd, or I guess by the closing of the 19th, essentially. Massalorian, good morning to you. I am now starting to read over on the side here. I hope you got my message, Massalorian. I sent you a message, I think, on Twitter. I think I sent you a private DM, and I was trying to let you know I was really sorry to hear about your move. I hate moving. Right behind weddings, funerals, and graduations. Those are like the three things I hate to go to the most, and I hate moving right behind those. Moving sucks. Moving is like the worst thing that has ever happened. So I feel bad for you, man. It does suck. All right. It's time to get this morning started. I make mistakes too. We're not all perfect. Not all of us are perfect. We make mistakes, and I made one. But it's important to correct that. It's important to go out and say, hey, look, I made a mistake. I was wrong about this, and I'm going to try to be better. That's the important part. There's a difference between some of the people in this community who just continuously put out mistakes and don't try to be better. And I would encourage those people, and I call them out. I would encourage everybody, every single person, not just that person, but every single person, be better. Be good. Be excellent. It's like I tell my kids, be excellent. Don't just settle for being the same thing over and over and over. Try to better yourself in life. Try to make less mistakes. Try to get good, bro. It's like the kids say, get good, bro. You know? So I'm gonna be more careful about making sure that when I don't understand something completely, just trying to wing it and reading the document and saying like, yeah, this is kind of makes sense to me to say this. This is a big play, guys. This is a really big play, and it's not a good thing for us to just go around winging things. You know what I mean? It's like that's not good. It's really not a good idea. Winging it's not cool. That's why it's good to have a plan set up. Let's see here. The glasses are on. I just cleaned them. The American Trader says you were only off by the skin of your chin, the skin of my chinny chin chin. I was off though. I was off. It's a settlement. I was right in the fact that I said, I had said to people that it was still a 50-50. I didn't go into my Discord and change. I did put an edit in there, but I didn't change what I had written down because I don't believe in going and hiding your mistakes. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think it's important to show people you make mistakes. But yeah, I mean, I also wanted to. I had placed a comment, I think, on Reddit as well, and then I edited that one. But I let people know that I had edited it. So it's okay. See, in my teens, I think you meant pissed. I pissed on an electric fence. Ooh boy, did it hurt! Come on, man. Didn't they do a you must have been like really close to the fence when you peed on it because they did Mythbusters did the whole Mythbusters thing and it's not supposed to shock you. Yes, I did see that pre-market spike. Oh, IWD? No, I missed that one. I wasn't looking at that one. But I see a spike right here and we hit the box. We hit this box right here. The price target we were looking for finally hit from the ascending broadening wedge. We had the almost perfect breakdown. Didn't quite make it all the way down to 2267, but it did break down. And then the break up, and it was supposed to make it up to this blue box. Had a 60% chance of making it up to the blue box in price value from this pattern analysis. It did make it though. Just took it a while. Yeah, all I had to do was plead the fifth. That's right. Sometimes you just got to wait a little while, you know. Let the minds meet together, kind of discuss everything, go to the sources, and see what the sources are saying. Time is really on our side, guys, and when we try to rush to answers, that's where we start to make mistakes. Rushing to answers is not the answer. You can't rush to an answer. You got to take some time. You got to really kind of do some research, especially if you don't know the answer. And my glasses just seemed a little cloudy. I got to wipe them down one more time. Let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. But remember, I want you guys to remember that there's a difference in character. People who can admit that they're wrong and they have made a mistake, and people who, when they're right, are humble. Remember that, because you'll see, and you'll know the difference. You guys already know. I know you know. You know the difference between good character and bad character. The blue line at 2384, guys, was the value that we had to break past in order for us to be on an upward swing of price. We passed it, 2384. This is a pretty good push pass. So synthetic price failures. Oops, there it is. Synthetic price failure is now updated. I got to put in here a new up swing to 2441. Our low was to 2073. And we're going to copy this. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can do this. See if this works. Let's see if that works. Oh, I think that's going to work. So synthetic price failure is always an option at this point. When we've hit at least 15% up from a bottom, which we hit 2073, which is 24.6% down. Look at the difference, guys, between the oh, you know what? I just realized you guys can't see this. Look at the difference. We had a 24.8% decrease in price value the last time. This time was a 24.6% decrease in value, but we're starting to head back up here again. Interesting how these synthetic price failures are pretty repeatable, isn't it? Kind of odd. The thing that's not repeatable is the upside. You have no idea how high it's going to go. It could only be 17.8%. This could be the end of the upward swing before we see another synthetic price failure again, which means we could go down as much as 20%. So we'll be watching for it. I'm going to start plugging in new lows. We're at 2406 right now. Why isn't my formula working? Oh, it's A91. What, A90? Give me 1 second. I gotta change these real quick. I think I should. I'm just gonna do this the hard way. A synthetic price failure would begin at $19.37. And so some people are going to be asking now, like, does that mean that we could actually drop to $19.37? Yes, absolutely. It fits the model of a synthetic price failure. We absolutely could drop down to $19.37 if they're choosing to try and find paper hands. That a synthetic price failure would generate something like that. That's what it's meant to do. Myself says, Casey, I think Mass Lorne is the only one that hasn't been inside the back of your van yet. Well, we can get him on here. Mass, if you're still listening, I don't know if you are or not, but if you want to get an interview, I would be more than willing to give you an interview. In fact, I'll reach out to you in your DMs in case you're not listening. It'll be your moment to be able to cement in history your participation in everything that has happened. I can't tell you that for sure, Robert. I have no idea. All right, it's 6:30, guys. I gotta get these numbers started here. I'm gonna log into my account. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want it. It could prevent keeping somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in your account. Oh shoot. And you know what? I'm gonna start buffering if I don't remember to do something real quick here. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen, and while I do that, I'm also going to start turning off the peripherals in the house so that we don't have buffering issues here soon. Starting in the top left-hand corner, only one person. There can only be one. There was only one person that got the price prediction right yesterday. Congratulations to Mr. Keto with a price prediction of 22.78 to 25.78. I had 24 to 27. I would have been the next in line to get a price prediction tally, but I missed it by a little bit, not too much. So Kita's the only one with a price prediction tally point. We've been struggling this week, guys. It's been kind of rough trying to predict prices. But let's see here. Let's get Keto up with his price tally. We got a three-way tie going on. And I'm also going to throw out the fact that Doug had 24. He was real adamant about making sure I had his number written down. He had 24.5 to 27.5. So Doug was off too. No point for Doug. Doug, I'm needling you, man. I'm needling you. It's not that easy. It's not that easy to get these price predictions right. It seems like it might be, but it's not. It's not. All right, let's take a look at these numbers here. Short exempt volume. I would imagine with volume being a little bit lower, no SSR being triggered, that value is going to come down quite a bit, I would imagine. So let's take a look. I haven't updated SSR for the day yet, and the value is, wow, it's actually much higher than I would have anticipated. 811,000 shares. Considering our volume that we had which was only what was it? I think it was like 62 million or 64 million shares traded yesterday. That and SSR wasn't tripped, and we had almost 100 or almost a million with that being the case, is super high. That is really high. Utilization. Let's actually first let's start with day-over-day price increase was a 5.43%, which is giving us 1 out of 3 days for that indicator. And utilization, let's take a look at that and see what utilization is. Man, it's not easy eating crow, guys. It really isn't. I'm eating just a little tiny bit of crow. Adam Aaron's gonna be feeding these guys like a whole plate full of crow, and man, let me tell you, oof, that's gonna be rough. Utilization, let's see, 100% still being reported, and the date is showing August 10th, which is correct. Congratulations, we are on day number 128 of utilization being 100%, 128 trading days. It's a lot of days. Taking a look at max pain, I would expect to be probably no change. Yeah, no change on that. Well, I'm going to guess that it's actually moving up to 20. I'm going to go 21. Let's see what it is. It was 20 yesterday. $21 it is. Off exchange. Final values for the off exchange as of yesterday. We had 58.45% through the off exchange, which is about 2% higher than normal, and 12.28 through the EDGX, which is about not a 0.5% maybe higher, a little more than half. A grand combined total between the two was 70.73% of our volume going through those two exchanges. That NYSE ARCA is back down to where it should be in volume. So we only saw a spike on that ARCA for 4 days. Institutional ownership. 191.439 million was yesterday's number. Today it's being reported as 189,921. A little bit of a drop there. It is good to watch institutions sell. They're the ones that should be doing the selling, not us. That's how I feel. Shares on loan was an increase yesterday. We were at 132.34 million shares on loan, so there's an increase of shares on loan. That should raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7. It raised it, which is at 17.67%. Words, they suck. Let's see here. And moving to options. Let's see our lottery ticket winners down here at a $40 strike price. Yesterday at a $40 strike price, there was 25.8 thousand contracts. There's now 26.7. And highest amount of volume strike for open interest is for the calls is at $25. Yesterday there was 20.2 thousand contracts. Today there's 21.7. And on the puts, highest amount of volume at a $20 strike price. Yesterday there was 7.2 thousand contracts. Today there's 8.2. So almost a 3-to-1, not quite. Yeah, we'll call it 2.5-to-1 ratio in volume on calls versus puts. Market's still indicating on a Thursday that we've got a closing price or the end of this week somewhere between $20 and $25, and we're at 24.28 currently. So we're on the high end of that. Take what you will of that information. Let me move a couple screens over, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data, the rest of the story. I should just say that from now on. Can I use Paul? Was it Paul? It was Paul Harvey. I feel like we've had this conversation so many times before. Can I use Paul Harvey's the rest of the story? Is that TM'd? Am I gonna get a strike for that? Hey, I'm still here today, guys. I must have not gotten a strike. They shut me down real quick, though. Boy, man, it was quick. They pounced. They pounced on me. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here on Ortex. There's your utilization of 128 trading days of 100% utilization. On loan amount. There's your increase Went from 126.86 to 132.34. Let me pull out my handy dandy calculator. Calculate that out. 126.86 minus the 132.34. 5.48% increase. So I'm going to write that down on my notes. Yesterday we had an increase of 5 million. Today is an increase of 5. Oh, no, I'm sorry, decrease of 5 million. Today is an increase of 5 million. It's 5. Well, I'm going to call it 5.5. And let's see how much short interest was out of that. Short interest rose from 17.29 to 17.67. 0.38 times the 516 millions in the float. About 1.96. So let's just round it up and call it 2 million roughly. Roughly 2 million in short interest out of that 5.5. Obviously with new loans, 5.5 million in new loans. Hey, we got a nice little W down here. With that 5.5 million in new loans, that's going to decrease the on loan average age per day, or at least it should, unless there's like super old loans out there. Yep, there's your decrease. Went from 60.34 down to 57.45. Security lending volume for the day yesterday dropped. The day before we had 30.15. We now have 14.41, so about half. It dropped a little more than half in security lending volume, and we are not on any threshold lists. Actually, before I drag that back over, we got what looks to be like either, I don't know, some people want to call it a hammer, but it also looks like we've got I don't know, man. It kind of looks like it looks like a dragonfly to me, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Who cares? Either way, if you want to call it a hammer or a dragonfly, it's definitely bullish one way or the other. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday, AMC came in 8th most heavily traded stock with 57% buys to 43% sales, and GME was 24th with 61% buys to 39% sales. SSR triggers at $21.30. Looks like there's been some returns on shares available to borrow. I think they did borrow some last night, and I wasn't watching. I know Active is usually really Active is active at publishing these. I think that we had, for most of the day, at the end of the day yesterday, we had like 0 available shares to borrow, and I think there a couple million came back in the later hours. And it looks to me like they may have borrowed those, and now they're starting to return them. Oftentimes they love to do this borrowing crap in the middle of the night so that nobody sees what's going on. So I'm not going to be able to record it until I see either Active or somebody else post maybe a screenshot of what occurred last night. And usually people are pretty good about posting those. I can say that there's about 60,000, but I'm just going to round it down to 50,000 borrowing out of the ETFs. Here's an additional amount of borrowing here. So let's just call this, let's see, what do we got? 30, 40, we'll call it 100,000. 100,000 out of the ETFs, rounding up a little bit there, and 50,000 out of here. So that's 150,000 shares that I've seen borrowed so far this morning. We had 3.05 yesterday. I'll probably find a picture somewhere that somebody posted on last night's numbers, but I'm pretty sure that they made them available again and then reborrowed them. Fees are at 6.4%. 146.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 59.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 93.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 10.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. The markets. Uh-oh. Come on, give me an update. There we go. The markets are looking like the futures are saying we're going to be green on open. VIX is down. A lot of the tech is up. Most of them are up there. It looks like 0.3, 0.4%. See, we got the Dow Jones almost up 0.5%. We're looking at somewhere between 1/4 and 1.5% up in the markets on market open. So we'll probably see some green. Mostly green on the other side of the world last night. Europe was a little bit down. Tesla is down 0.03 in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.4. Cinemark is down 0.82. Doge is up 1.09. Bitcoin is up 2.82. I'm going to look at Bitcoin real quick here. I'm waiting to see Bitcoin break 24.8, and it's trying. It is really, really trying to break 24.8. I wouldn't consider this on a bull run until it broke 24.8, and you can see we're on a very clear. It looks like a pretty clear ascending parallel channel, which is bearish. So I'm expecting. I would expect to see some consolidation on this at some point, and then breaking out down, leaving out just the tip of this Fibonacci retracement here at 24.7, 24.8 basically. We'll probably see some resistance there and see some consolidation at some point breaking down. This would be somewhere between the later portion of this month around. Actually, I'm gonna put it right on the 22nd because we know something's gonna go on there. Right around the 22nd to the 26th, that might see the breakout going down unless this goes on a bull run. GME is up 0.74. HYMC is down 1.89. Hood is up 4.25. NCMI is up 14.7. AMC is up 3.13 in the pre-market. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had $24 million more in outflow than inflow. Our current volume this morning is at 58.6 thousand shares traded, which is very, very low. Not very, very. I mean, it's lower than what we've been seeing. It seems very low compared to where we've been. Taking a look at the weekly, just looking at Vortex indicator and RSI now, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.11, which is above average. On the daily, hold on a second. Okay. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 74.11, still signaling overbought. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure. Massive divergence on this indicator on the hourly for Vortex indicator. RSI at 63.92. Excuse me, 63.92, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.31, almost triggering overbought. I say triggering, I should say signaling, almost signaling overbought. More buying pressure than selling pressure on a 5-minute with RSI almost signaling overbought after having already signaled twice earlier this morning that it was overbought. And taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. On the hourly, we are inside the cloud. Rule number 1 on the Ichimoto cloud, you never, ever, ever make trades while the price is inside the cloud. The top of the cloud for this morning is at 24.61, and we're at 24.31. Later on in the day, the cloud will be down to as low as 23.16. So we could break out up over the cloud. The lagging line is above price line, and the conversion line is above the base. So there is a setup here for a run on price on the hourly, which is unusual. It's not very often that you see price break down into the cloud and not break through it, but it does happen. It's just more unusual to see. It's less common. Taking a look at a 4-hour. Again, not very common to see price break down, hit the base, and not have a continuation through that, which is why it's a sell signal. The lagging line is above the price line. Technically, the conversion line is still above the base, and the price is above the cloud. So again, this could become a buy signal at market open, or even, yeah, maybe at market open if it continues to go up. But this is, for me, if I were looking at this would be a scary one for me. I'd look at this and I'd be more cautious. Because I'd be like, this has already hit the base, and I've got a green cloud coming up. I'd be very, very cautious on this one. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Easter Beast says, I'm worried about healthcare. If I quit, I take expensive MS medication. You know, Easter Beast, that's part of the reason why that's one of the many reasons why I've put together this community. I think for me, the very first goal that I had was documenting history, right? And the second goal that I had was, providing information to fellow apes, in order to make them more successful in their trades. But then later on, I started realizing that, by building this community, we would have a lot of potential power after this is over. And when I say potential power, what I mean by that is that we could band together as apes and potentially try to petition for our own health care. We could get a broker to go out, and if we had enough people all band together, we could get a broker to go out and actually buy health care for us. Because I know there's going to be a lot of people that want to quit their jobs, and things like healthcare and not having healthcare may be one of those reasons why they wouldn't quit their job. So, in order to make that happen, what we could do is we could get together and combine together to create an ape healthcare system, and essentially have somebody go out, be a broker for us, shop around, and like I said, if we have enough people, we could get some really amazing deals on healthcare. Unfortunately, that wouldn't necessarily be the case for everybody, because it would probably only be people here in the States. But it's still something we can talk about in the future. I don't think that there's any reason why we shouldn't help each other out after this is all done. Just a thought. And if you don't want to participate, you don't have to. You know what I mean? It's just kind of one of those things for if people want to get together and they want to try and continue to have the ability to be able to band together to make things happen. We have that ability. Fook says Ape Union. Yeah. But, Easter Beast, it only works if people want to be a part of it. So I'm not going to force anything on anybody, obviously. But if it's something that if it's something that enough people want to do, we can make it happen. If there's not enough people, then it just won't happen. So there's got to be enough people. Ape care, exactly. And we don't need billions. We actually really don't need billions if you think about it. Like, what's the size? If you look at the employee, see, this is one of the things I was looking at, M height. If you look at the total amount of employees in a large corporation that probably gets like massive breaks on healthcare, you really don't have to have that many people. And if you consider the fact that we've got 4.1 million investors in this, even if we just got 10%, that's 410,000 people. 410,000 people who are now, uh, you know, moved out of jobs where they can start working for themselves and have their own health care, even at just 10%, is 410,000 is a very large corporation. And those people would have a lot of ability to be able to impact a healthcare marketplace where a broker would absolutely eat that up. A healthcare broker would be like, you got 400 and some odd thousand people that want to be a part of something. Yeah, I'll get you the best healthcare you want. So, I mean, we have the ability to be able to do the things that we want to do. We have to continue to stay banding together on issues. But I mean, it'll work or it won't work. I don't know. We'll see what happens after this is all over. But I really like Ape Care though. That's a great one. Monty, 2815 to 3115. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Oh, that's the same number from yesterday. Awesome. No, if we form some kind of like corporation, Easter Beast, we could probably get them to see us as a corporation, right? Like, so it would. I don't know all the. I'm not a tax lawyer. I'm not a business lawyer or anything like that. But we can get people to work for us and start doing things. Yeah, legal, exactly. Legal thing. We can get somebody. We can get a tax lawyer, a business lawyer, start working for the corporation. There's a lot of things that we can start doing and helping ourselves. We can start helping ourselves instead of always relying on the government to take care of us or anybody else. We can start relying on ourselves. Ooh, Ro. All right, I might be wrong. I mean, it sounds like M Height and Ro are saying it's not gonna work out. I mean, it's just something that I'd like to try and look at. If it's not gonna work out, it's not gonna work out. Here's our pokey stick of volume. It'd be something worth researching into and seeing if it's a possibility. But if you're saying it's not, I'd like to at least explore the idea and see if we had enough people who'd be willing to be a part of it. But if it's not going to be a possibility, it's not going to be a possibility. We have 64,000 shares going into this pokey stick of volume, with the pokey stick doing some really amazing amount of volume above and beyond the 64,000 that we've traded so far. Wow, this is a lot, man. This isn't a double double. This is a triple. This is a tripling of volume. Total volume going into we're gonna have a little bit higher volume day today, I think, guys. 262. I wouldn't have seen this coming. When I woke up and saw the volume this morning, I said, today's gonna be a low volume day. But with this pokey stick of volume coming in at 262, that's gonna put me at 50 70 on my volume prediction, I think. Yeah. I'm going to go 50-70. Maybe I should do 55-75. Yeah. 50-70 is good. I'm going to leave it right there. 50-70. David says this whole notion of banding together for power is dangerous. Sorry, Casey. I think maybe a little research on individualism versus collectivism may be in order for better understanding. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to be a part of it. That's cool. I don't know. I think that afterwards we have the ability to be able to band together and make things happen. But I might be wrong. Maybe we don't have that ability. We're at 24.37. Who said that? Who said that? Hold on. Luigi, you're not the price that is underneath the pre-price is right here. It's 24.37. It's right below. It's a little small green number. 23.67 was yesterday's closing price. But welcome to the channel. And GD, that was our pokey stick of volume. It always does crazy stuff like that. I have not seen anything on it yet, Sean, in regards to Ape's approval. Yeah, like I said, Maggie, if we run into hiccups or things that don't work, then so be it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Caitlin says, Casey, are we going to 35 again before the 19th and dump till I don't know. I can't make predictions like that. I agree, David. I absolutely agree that it has to be organic. I just want to be able to provide a place that people can band together if they so choose to, and if they don't, then they don't. And it's completely organic. Just let people decide. Do they want to be a part of something new, or do they want to be a part of nothing? It's their choice. But I tell you what, though, I'm excited about our futures, and I think that we have amazing things to do after this is all done. Amazing things to do. And I can't wait to see what those things are. So I would love to continue to do amazing things with you guys because in my opinion, that's what we're doing right here. We're doing something amazing. Easy Bro says, "Hey man, just tuning in. Can you give me a quick 101 on what you have?" I start almost every single day, Easy Bro. Today I started about 30, maybe 25 minutes into the stream, letting you know what the day breakdown is going to look like. So if you go back and watch from about 25 minutes in, you'll get a breakdown on some of the numbers. I just gave a volume prediction for the day today, somewhere between 50 and 70 million. And I don't do price predictions for the day until 15 minutes before market open. Dre, man, I'm glad you like it. We've got a good group of people here. We really do. I'm glad that I'm glad you like it. Ape FTDs equals I don't know. We'll find out. They're not really failure to delivers, but I mean they're not going to be delivering on those. I'm not sure exactly what you would call that, but they're not going to be able to deliver on those for sure. Yeah, I don't. I'm not suggesting that that the that that we would be successful in trying to find healthcare. I'm just saying it'd be something to explore. You know, I don't know. I want to try to make things happen though after this is done. I want to see people be able to feel like they can move on with their life away from their jobs if they're financially secure enough to do so. Dre wants to know, thanks again for your space today. Looks like a great setup day for before Friday. What do you think would be a goal for the enemy to trick apes? Watch for price movement to shoot one direction or the other really quickly. Potentially to pull in some more derivatives. I know a lot of people are kind of FOMOing in derivatives, and the market loves to pick up free cash, and sometimes that's a great place for it to do it. The way that the call option spread is kind of focused. It's looking at a closing price on Friday somewhere between $20 and $25, I believe. Let me look at the open interest again. Open interest is looking at 20 to $25. The volume yesterday was saying 22 to 25. So but yet here we are at 24.30. So if price were to spike up really, really quick in the beginning portion of the day today, you can almost guarantee there's going to be a lot of FOMO going in there. Now, whether or not the gamma could start based off of the FOMOing of potential options going in there, and whether or not the institutions would be able to drive the price back down enough to where they could just collect on those premiums is another question. I don't know the answer to that, but I can tell you right now, open interest is kind of focused around $20 to $25 closing by the end of this week. Forrest Bradley, I was wrong about AMC one. It is not an options. It is not an options. Um, it's not an options trade platform for Ape. It's just a settlement. It's a settlement for any options that are created between now and the 20 or have been created from before to the 22nd, and it's just a settlement queue essentially. And it's still a 50-50. There is that 95.5 is not it's not impacting. Carrie says I'd love to be a bug on the wall in one of the brokers' boardrooms. Me too. Can we put a bug on? No, I'm just kidding. Can we? Can we? No, I'm just kidding. We can't do that. Easy bro, gonna have to remove that comment. Please check out the rules. I've only got 2 rules on this channel, and we don't do random shoutouts on other stock tickers. If there's something specifically you want me to look at and give you data that you can't pick up on your own, for example, like you want to know what short interest is on a ticker, and it's not like something that's trending that everybody is just trying to get me to mention, then I'll probably give it to you. But if it's something that you can look up on your own, I'm just going to let you do that. This is strictly AMC here and ADD. There's plenty of places you can go, other channels, other live streams that you can go to where people are willing to look that up for you. But welcome though, and I'm not trying to be off-putting. It's definitely how it comes across though. Caleb says, can see shout out Trey Trades. Okay. Casey, I think we need to look at the way we changed homeowners and car insurance to our health insurance. Note that healthcare costs and claims are nearly double the combined claims amount for both. We'll talk about that stuff after, MI. I'm not even focused on that stuff right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's in the future. We can talk about this stuff in the future. I really don't. I mean, I just brought it up because I wanted to, I guess maybe excite you a little bit about what the future could hold for us. But I'm not even focused anywhere close to looking in the topics. I just have ideas. I have ideas, and I haven't even come close to exploring them yet. Forrest says, did you get the DM I sent you yesterday? I know you're busy. I think I did get it, Airman. Let me check back over here real quickly. Let me see. Yes, I did get the DM, but I have not had a chance to watch it yet. I'll try to watch it when I go on break in a little bit here in about 20 or 30 minutes. I don't think the market makers took over necessarily, Ross. I think that the long institutions took over. I think I really do think that market makers would imply I think market makers. I know there's more than one, but I think that would imply Citadel, right? I don't think Citadel took over. I think that long institutions. I know there's more than one market maker, but I think that the long institutions are the ones that are controlling price. And the reason I say that is because you see these V spikes in price, up, down, or down, up. And the only way that long institutions can control price is by shoveling everything through off exchanges or not shoveling everything through off exchanges. And so that's what you see is control of price by an on-off switch, either the lights on or the lights off, right? And so when they pile orders into off exchanges, it's a light switch being on, and you see no price discovery. You see the light switch off, and you see that they're not using or utilizing the off exchange, and you see volume, you see price improvement because those trades are going to the lit market. And it started the change started in November. It was really the aha moment was like the day before Christmas. Was like it was like the day before Christmas that they realized that they had the power that they had. Dogecoin member, good morning to you. Hey Casey, the issue of not wanting to be a healthcare hostage to your employer is very current. When you look at how non-third world countries address healthcare, the single payer option rules. I haven't even researched into it at all, MG2. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I just know that usually in groups of individuals have a chance of getting better discounted rates for things. That's the only thing I've thought of. So I thought, if together, banded together, we would somehow have power over being able to get better healthcare rates or even getting a rate better than doing it as a single person. It would be ideal. So that's the only thought process there. Nothing beyond that at all. Ah, man, come on. I'm out climbing. But see, that's one of the ones though. I'm out climbing is that's the one of the ones where, it's the one that everybody's talking about. You know what I mean? Like it's not like you're asking me about some random one that nobody's talking about. You're asking me about the one that it's like you. All right, I'll do it. I don't really care. I'll tell you what. I'm out climbing. If it's a shiny thing on the side of the road, I'm gonna do it this time. But if it's a shiny thing on the side of the road and you're asking for it, I'm not going to give it to you. All right. And that's one of those shiny things on the side of the road. I really don't give two shits about that company or that stock ticker. I really don't. Like it's a distraction. .19. There you go. Dr. Zenith says, I heard this is the place where a random hot cotch gets posted. You got me, man. You got me. James says leverage is how you get better healthcare, and we don't have to beg the government officials for it. We have to do it ourselves. DD says pre-market looks quiet. I wouldn't say that. Our pokey stick of volume was 200,000 shares after only having traded 60,000 shares up to that point. I would say it's actually pretty explosive. I know we're only up 2.6% right now in the pre-market, but it looks pretty. I mean, it's dying down right now. It's quieting down now, but there was some explosive activity here. Uh, Probably, yeah, pretty much almost since the beginning of market open. It's been pretty explosive on low volume. Rose says just move to Canada, universal healthcare. I mean, that might be an option, right? I mean, that is a potential option. You know, move to is it do you have to be a resident? You know, do you have to be a citizen? What's the requirements for getting? I mean, those are options. I don't know if my wife's gonna want to move to Canada. She's not. She kind of likes the hot weather. Teddy Zane's carrot. What the heck? Maggie, I already ran through the numbers. Yes, they started about 25 minutes into the stream, I think. So if you want to go back, you can check them out. Tano, I'm not seeing. I mean, it doesn't look like it based off of the numbers that I'm seeing right now in the options chain, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. Oh, Dynamite says, "Is it any good?" Yeah, it may be free, but isn't it? Is it any good? That's a good question. I see. Diaz says, "I'm here for the free donuts." Donuts. Oh, you know, my wife bought donuts the other day. You guys can look this up. Round Rock Donuts. She bought some Round Rock donuts the other day, and I completely missed the box sitting on the table for like 2 straight days. I never got one. I mean, they're still sitting there, I think, but I haven't had one yet. I don't know how I missed it. She told me, she's like, "You're just not very observant." And I was like, she's probably not wrong. The American Trader says she sounds like my wife. It's true though. I'm not very observant sometimes when it comes to like just my surroundings. If I'm just doing my daily thing, I just don't look at a table or something like that. I don't know. Maybe I just don't see it. HH, hold my beer says my brother's a cop in Round Rock. That's awesome, man. Let me know his name if I ever get pulled over. I'm gonna be like, hey, I know your brother. See, you know, all right. You're going too far. I'm out climbing. You're just going too far. You're pushing the limits. I'm done with the whole carrot there. Are healthcare professionals as good in other countries? Yes, lots of them come here for training. That's kind of scary though, MG Toe, to think that they come here for training, but that makes up a portion of them, not all of them. So it kind of that would be scary to me. That's to me that's like that's like going to an auto shop with your car, and only one technician out of 20 that are working there is certified in another country that has really good technicians. It doesn't mean he's gonna be working on my car. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't make me feel any better. It makes me feel worse about other countries' healthcare if they're coming here to get the healthcare, because that means that the healthcare here is so far above and better that other places only one in so many doctors is gonna be good or have good valid training. So that actually that makes me feel really crummy about other countries that are sending their guys here for training. If there's only one master technician in the auto shop you're taking your car to, and they got 20 technicians in there, no thanks. Lots of them isn't all of them though, and that's the problem. Casey, who needs to pay for healthcare when we can treat people for free inside the big tramp? Eesh. It's gonna be a messy big tramp. Dogecolt says, I have seen Master Techs F up everything. It's not far from the truth, Doge. It's really not far from the truth. Just because you got a certificate, I mean, we had a guy that was from MIT that came to work at a company that I was at one time, and the dude like had no common sense. Like you may have a degree from MIT, but that doesn't mean you're smart. Because I'll never forget the conversation. I was sitting at my terminal one of the ERT members was walking behind me from one direction, and he was walking from behind me from the other direction. They met up like right behind me, so I got to hear the whole conversation right behind me. The dude's from MIT, right? And he's sitting there going like, he says to the ERT, he says, I had some itchy eye. I had an itchy eye, and so I went into the back and I saw um, some wipes that were sitting on the table. He worked in etch, by the way. Etch is a department in the semiconductor industry where they deal with a lot of really nasty chemicals, really nasty stuff. Piranha, just all I can say is just really nasty acids. And and he tells her, he's like, I went to the back of the chase. Now, the back of a chase of a semiconductor fab is where all the maintenance people work, and so everything back there is going to be contaminated, and more than likely something you shouldn't probably be touching, right? Especially in an area like Etch. And so he says, I went into the back. I saw a wipe, and I went ahead and used it to rub my eyes. And now my eyes are burning. I was like, oh man, I just like I froze in my spot as I was typing, waiting to hear what she was going to say, because usually that means that she should rush him straight to an eye wash station, and that's not what happened. But it was like kind of one of those moments where I was going like, this guy's like MIT, like you should have some comments like, who would walk into the back of an area like Etch and wipe their eyes with a wipe? Like you don't do that. Like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Just no common sense. In case if you get pulled over by a K9 Williamson County and he's freaking tall, it's him. Okay, I'll remember that one. I watched an ACE certified master technician burn a car to the ground on his ground, and his eyebrows were gone because he probed the wrong wire checking a fuel pump. I mean, you can be, yeah, Cookie Monster. I was just getting ready to say this, Cookie Monster. You can be book smart versus street smart. This is absolutely true. It is absolutely true, and that can go with doctors. That's the thing with doctors, guys. That's the most scary part about it as well, is that you can have common sense doctors that understand how to treat a patient, uh, and then you can have ones that don't. It's scary. It's really scary. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard that statistic out there, but there's like a very large percentage or portion of them that have cheated on a test at one point or another. I think that actually that holds true for any higher education. The number of people that have cheated on a test in their lifetime is like really super high. Caitlin, all right, Caitlin, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Like, I have to be on both sides of this. I can't just be stopping people from talking about up and down. Uh, but you constantly do it, Caitlin. So from now on, it's just gonna be I'm gonna have to silence you for a while. Like you're not you don't seem to be getting the point that I don't want you to be talking about other tickers here. I don't care if it's up or down. It's no tickers. No other just things out there to be thrown out. I don't care. But it's constant with you. No, I never worked at Initech. I've worked for Samsung, ST Microelectronics, Hyundai, which later turned into Hynix, and Scorpios, and Topan. Roseanne says, listen, don't get me started with healthcare. Nurse for over 35 years, our healthcare system is falling apart. I could write a book. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. 'It. 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 'It It's getting pretty bad out there. Sometimes some of the things that I see some of the doctors doing, I shake my head. And to be quite frank, Roseanne, I think that there's more stringent education being placed into the nursing side of it than there are the doctors. I feel like there's legit nurses out there that save patients because the doctors make mistakes. A lot of them, which I can be wrong too. But they make mistakes, and nurses actually are there to kind of help make that not happen. The Cat Zone says, Casey, I feel you have a great novel inside you. I can't write though, man. I can't write. I mean, I can, but it's trapped. It's trapped inside me. It'll never make it out. Bitcoin broke 24.8. Let's take a look. I want to see this. It's not quite breaking it yet. Watch for a fake breakout here. Watch for a fake breakout and see if it doesn't come back down underneath it. You might see you might see something similar like this right here, a fake breakout, pushing it up to maybe the top end of this ascending parallel channel and coming back down. And of course, you guys I know Caitlin's going to be like, you're talking about Bitcoin, but you said no other tickers. It's in relationship to AMC. I don't think that these other things have anything to do with AMC at all. They're just shiny things on the side of the road. Bitcoin is a place where I know for a fact that they're drawing money out of, right? They're using Bitcoin as a place to withdraw money, and that's in a direct relationship to AMC. If you want to know where collateral's coming from, you look to Bitcoin or cryptocurrency in general. Casey, do you need a husband punisher for the lady? No, no. I don't even know what that means. That sounds like really bad, James. I don't know what it is, but no. I'm glad you didn't work for Initech. Milton burned down the place. Hmm. I wanted to work my dream. I kind of have I had my career planned out to finish up at Intel, just because I wanted to finish out on a second sabbatical, retiring. But I never got that far. I'm here. Yeah, I don't disagree that they draw money out of every pump and dump, Caitlin, but I'm not talking about the shinies. I know where their hard-earned collateral is stored at, and it's in cryptocurrencies. But I'm not going to continuously look at pump and dumps. I just don't. I'm not going to. I don't. While I do see cryptocurrencies as pump and dumps, it's also a place for them to store their collateral, right? And so that's why it's more important to me to watch those. To watch those. I don't really care about all those other ones that people just want us to look at. That's what I'm purposely trying to avoid. Yes, yes, Tom Hardy, the PPI, the CPI, I think is what you mean. The CPI was good. I almost ran with the PPI. I was like, wait a minute, PPI? Yeah, the CPI was it was good in only in a roundabout way though. Part of the reason why it was good is because of oil, and I talked about this yesterday a little bit. But I think that the easing of the oil or the easing of the gas prices, I think, helped kind of bring that down a little bit. All right, I'll check my Twitter DM here in just a little bit, Tammy, when I go on break. PPI. Why do you guys keep saying PPI? What is PPI? Why do I? All right, hold on a second. Maybe you did mean PPI. Oh, producer price index. Let's see here. What are those numbers at? Why did I think it was CPI? Why, okay, I'm the wrong one. Why did I call it CPI? Hold on a second. What am I looking at here? CPI. Consumer. All right. Well, I didn't have this one open. I didn't have PPI open. Let's see here. They've got PPI was released. The producer price index for the final demand fell 0.5% in July. Prices for final demand goods declined 1.8%, and the index for the final demand services advanced 0.1%. Final demand prices moved up 9.8% for the 12 months ended in July. So let's see. I don't track the PPI, so I don't know what it was a month ago. I don't track that. I haven't been tracking it, so I don't know. I've never been tracking the PPI, so I have no idea what I'm looking at it right now, but I just read it off to you, but I don't really track that. But I would assume that's more like commodities, because if it's producer price indexes, then it's probably I would imagine that's commodity good. Okay, it says goods and services. Hmm, that wouldn't be commodities based then. Oh, it does say commodity right on there. Yep, commodities. Yep, it does say commodity right on it. Yeah, that makes sense. I get it. I don't really track that too much though. NJ Fish Killer says this is very bullish. It means inflation levers are working. I don't really think so. I think they just dropped. Hmm. Let's give it some time. Let's give it some time, Fish Killer, because I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just yet. There were some things that were done, in the not too recent past that I think, were an attempt to try and create a failure in commodities, or basically a lowering in prices on commodities. But I have a feeling those are going to spike again. So let's give it some time. PP. I don't. Yeah, I don't think that it's getting better. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong again. But I have a feeling that some of the things that were done in the last couple months in regards to uh, oil sales specifically that ease the price on gas, I think it's playing a little bit of it's having a dual effect on raising the market price, which is reducing commodity prices, which is easing some of the tension in the markets. And you're seeing as a result, you're seeing more price improvement on the market in general. But I think it's only temporary. We'll see. I hadn't forgotten about going on break. Nobody's up right now. Sub has the boss, and I was going to probably stay probably about 5 more minutes. But I don't normally track the producer price index, so I put that up on my list of tabs up here, but I don't usually track this. Let me see. It does look like they have a publication here. Let me just see what it looks like over time. What do we got here? We have June. Okay, so I'm gonna throw this up on the screen over here real quick. So you've got your goods right here. This is saying goods prices are rising. You've got your total, right? And then you've got your services down here at 7.7, which is dropping. I see a disparity, right? Like, so if you want to go back to a strong point in the economy, is there such a large gap between goods and services? And I don't see. Okay, so here you got a pretty wide gap. I'd like to see further back in time. I wonder if I can. I don't know. I see a pretty wide gap here on goods and services going on. Let's see, 2011. Man, I just want to take this chart back just a little bit further. Oh man. Let's try something else here. Let me look and see. All right. Well, goods and services in 2020, leading up to 2020, were actually much tighter than they are now. And all I see now is a separation between goods and services. And it only appears to be getting worse, according to what I'm seeing right here. So this doesn't look good to me. Within goods, producer prices for energy rose 54.4%, the largest increase since 12-month data were first calculated in November 2010. Producer prices rose for finished consumer energy goods 49.1%, government purchased energy 71.8%, and energy for export 87.2% from June 2021 to June 2022. Producer prices for foods increased 12.7%, while producer prices for goods, less foods, and energy decreased 9.1%. Within goods, less foods, and energy, producer prices for finished consumer goods rose 8.4%, the largest 12-month increase since July 1980. Producer prices for government purchased capital equipment rose 5.6%. This doesn't look good to me. I don't think this means that it's over. This says June 2022. It's 2 months ago. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. 17.9. Let me go back to the other chart. It doesn't give this. Final demand prices moved up 9.8%. Final demand prices moved up 9.8%. I'm gonna have to think about this one for a bit. All right, it's time for me to take a break. I got DMs to go read apparently. Bird flu is hitting the poultry industry hard. I'm so free 23 says word on the street is U.S. food shortage incoming and federal oil reserves are drying up. I mean, that's what happens when you tap into the oil reserves. They disappear. That's what It's a it's one way that you can potentially prolong a situation. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to put up the message. Yeah, I'm with you, Tom. Well, I think we really need to be moving to nuclear energy, but I'm with you. In the meantime, producing our own oil is probably the right thing to do. Short term. I mean, it's going to take, right, Tom? It's going to take time for us to get nuclear energy up and running. So short term, we should have gotten oil going again. Do some fracking while we had to, just to keep prices lower. I know fracking's not good. Maybe try to do it in places where it's going to cause the least amount of impact, and while we're trying to get the nuclear power up and running. So, and that would probably take 2 or 3 years. But nuclear power is the way to go, and unfortunately, society just doesn't see it that way. So, actually, nuclear power is very, very safe, Caitlin. It's just that a lot of people don't know that there's safe nuclear power now. It's actually been around for a very long time, but there's very, very safe nuclear power. You need to do some research into it. It is not dangerous. It's not like it used to be. You need to do some research in it. There's some very, very safe methods for generating nuclear power. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break, and I'll see you guys in a bit. I'm gonna touch on what CP asked right there. What do you think about the volume thus far for today? I got volume prediction of 50 to 70 million.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Okay, I'm back, guys, and I'm trying to come up with a price prediction for the day-to-day, and I'm kind of seeing a couple different things here. So, first off, I'm just going to point out the fact that, did I delete that? Hold on a second. Where the, oh, I took it off. That's this ascending broadening wedge did come to fruition to the price box that it was supposed to get to. It was just in the aftermarket hours, which was in this range right in here. I think it was supposed to hit just above 24, 23, I think, if I recall correctly, and it did. It hit almost in the middle of that box. These I didn't do the work on looking into what these were yet, but I'm pretty sure those are probably those AF trades that are going through, not crime candles. I don't think, but I don't know for a fact, so I'm not sure. But let me see here. I'm seeing like on a 5 minute here, on a 5 minute interval, I'm seeing what appears to be a very um, ongoing pattern. If this will ever pull up, am I losing my internet? Hold on a second. Looks like I'm getting buffered here. Yeah, it appears I'm getting buffered, so I'm gonna try and fix it. I don't know if I fixed it or not, but we'll see. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But taking a look at what's going on, again, on a 5 minute interval here, something I'm kind of seeing, was it 5 minute? Maybe it's 30 minute. On a 30 minute interval, without extended hours trading showing, I'm seeing a little bit of a very consistent pattern of divergence on the vortex indicator here, and it looks to me like we're moving back into another period of time of more buying pressure than selling pressure. As you can see right here, and I think if I take away all these numbers on a 30-minute, you could see a potential cup perhaps forming out of this. This is not a pennant, but there might be a cup forming right here. If the top of the cup would be at 26.35, the question is would price raise fast enough to meet the other side of this? This is quite a few periods of time here. We're looking back to 8/8, which would have been Friday. So Friday to Monday's maybe the bottom of the bull, Monday or Tuesday. So we might be able to make it back up to perhaps like the 25 range, perhaps by the end of the day today. We're at 24.15. Let me see where tomorrow would start way over here. That's actually, we probably could reach the top before the end of the day. All right, I'm gonna go 25 to 28 on my price prediction. That's high. Hold on a second. I'm thinking about this. 25, 28. 24.50. I'm gonna just lower just a tad. 24.50 to 27.50. Eric sent me a text message. His price prediction is going to be 24 to 27. Mondi's got 28.15 to 31.15, and Keto's got 22.78. Thank you, Keto. 22.78 to 25.78, same numbers from yesterday. Keto, congratulations on the numbers. So that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. I have to say I have a little bit of worry about my price prediction, only because the options aren't really signaling for what I'm saying. The options chain is really kind of signaling for like a closing price between 20 and 25 before tomorrow, or at least by tomorrow. And so whether or not we run up in price, if we start running up in price today, right, like to 27, and then we suddenly start driving back down, we get another one of those like V shapes that we've been getting quite often. It could draw in a lot of options for close, but I would suspect that if that were going to happen, we would close higher than lower today, and then it would drop drastically in the aftermarket hours enough to where those would finish out of the money for tomorrow. So that would make the most sense to me. So like maybe like driving up to like perhaps like 26, 27, closing out, and then and opening up tomorrow at like 20, 25 or less. So there's that. With extended hours off here, guys, this is this is almost textbook right here. Almost textbook. This price didn't come down quite enough here to meet the minimums on the second touch point here, which would have been right around like 22.68, but it only went down to like 22.84, so it was off by like 20 cents roughly. But the drive up to where it went to is almost perfect. 22, because what you do is you take 23.48 minus the 22 times 0.62 plus the 23.48, giving you 24.39 as the top. And we hit, when I put the extended hours back in here, you'll see that we hit that. Our high was 24.48. The pattern analysis says 24.39, so it was real close. Very, very close. Which is cool. Maggie says, chicken, we're going past 30 today. All right, well, we'll see. Let's get this day started. Good luck to us. See you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
The fox is done running, and the beast is at bay. He'd run them in circles by the end of the day, and they chased him through the brambles, and they chased him through the fields, and they chased him forever. But the fox would not yield, and some saw a shadow on the crest of a hill, and the hounds were distracted away from the kill. One day we'll reach a great ocean, at the end of a pale afternoon, and we lay down our heads just like we were sleeping, be torn by the drag of the moon. We ran through the forests, and we ran through the streams, and we ran through the heather, you were my lover, and I was your boy. And we ran like the river. For what else did we know? One day we'll reach a great ocean. At the end of a pale afternoon, and the dogs are all worn out, and the horses are late. All the hunters and the hunted. At the end of the our love was a river, a wild mountain stream, and a tumbling fury on the edge of a dream. And they chased us through the brambles, and they chased us through the fields, and they chased us forever. But the heart would not yield. This fox is done running. It's the end of the day. I'm ready to answer. I'm ready to pay. And this river's not running. When the time comes through, carried to the great ocean by the drag of the moon. Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. That's the Royal Philharmonic. Maestro Stephen Mercurio.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. Hope you guys had a wonderful day yesterday. Welcome to a new day of trading. Sounds like we got a little bit of some breaking news here. Seems like, besides me being wrong. So what's the title for the day today? For those of you who are just joining in, I can be wrong too, guys, and it happens. And so I'm going to try to be better. I'm going to try to be better about this. I've been on a high horse about making sure that we we take some time to figure out the answers before we really start giving answers. And so yesterday, I didn't really understand what was going on with the release of the AMC 1 derivative options chain that is basically being created. And essentially, what that really is more of a settlement queue for any options trades that were made prior to or up to the 19th. And so it's just really just kind of a place for options prior to the split to be put into. It does look like I'm getting buffered again here, guys. So I'm going to check everything from my end to see if there's anything I can do to fix that. But I'm just going to go ahead and throw out there that I'm gonna try and be better. I'm gonna try and make sure that I get real answers first before answering questions to things that I'm not 100% sure about. And I've always maintained that I'm not an options expert um, by any means. So I'm gonna try to be better about that. But I wasn't right. I was right about the fact that it's not going to be, some people were assuming that the split is going to be some kind of like 95-5% kind of thing, and I maintained that it was still 50-50. That still does appear to be the correct answer, but the 95-5% that people are pushing out there as an answer is not correct. I mean, if you just think about it for a second, there's no way that the OCC could predict what price is going to be, right? So if the minimum we can open up on Ape is $4, there's no way that they could predict what the price of AMC is going to be worth when the split occurs, and that would be $80, right? AMC would have to be $80 at the time for a 5% amount to be even applicable. So it will be a 50-50 split. Pretty sure of it. In fact, there's a John Merriweather verified email that was sent out where he basically says that whatever the closing price on the 19th is, that's going to be the split price. But he said that there's no way to know what the price will be for Ape on the morning of the 22nd because there's going to be pre-market trading that occurs, and so therefore it's gonna fluctuate. But the split price should be based off of the closing price on the 19th rather. Brian Carpenter says pay your AT&T bill. Done. It just suck here. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'll refund. I'll tell you what. I'll refund you your super chat. I couldn't even think of what it was called. I'll refund you your super chat, Brian. Oh man, I really wish I could find something different. My wife went out and she even purchased we have two different internet service providers where I live. That's it. We only have two, unless I went with satellite. Um, but if we went with satellite, there'd be times where there's a possibility where I wouldn't even have any connection at all whenever storms occur, which we don't have any of right now, but that could happen in the future. And so the only two hardline possibilities that I have to choose from, we have them both, so I can switch between them if I need to. Oh, there we go. I just got buffered again. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. I might lose you. I might not lose you. I don't know. Pro Jeweler says, Casey, even on your worst day, you're better than MSN, CNN, and NBC combined. I appreciate that, but I make mistakes, guys. I make mistakes, and I think that the important part is that I need to acknowledge those mistakes, and I need to, I need to apologize for it, and then I need to get better. I need to be better about it. So I'm going to be better about making sure that I give you guys good information, and not just giving you my thoughts. Or if I give you my thoughts, letting you know that I don't know the answer and that I would theorize that this is what's going to be the case. One or the other. So. Captain Awesome, don't worry about it, man. I knew as soon as I looked at your chart, I knew what it was. But you're not being an idiot. It's just you didn't know what it was. But as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, that I could see the small little blue line on there, and it was a tall tale sign of a indicate a drawn line that you'd put in there. But it happens. It's happened to me before, so don't worry about it, Captain. It happens to all of us. I'm just glad I was able to help you out. Beach guy says one person says this, another says that. I just hold and wait. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, guys. It really does. Ro said super chat. Hydro Snake, but to see I have to kick myself, man. I have to kick myself, and the reason for that is that I'm my own worst critic. If I can't be a critic of myself, then how can I be a critic to others, right? I don't try to go around legitimately trying to criticize others. I try to provide a different point of view. But I did. I went on even after I was wrong last night. I went on to somebody else's post on Twitter and commented on it. And says you need to get better too. I didn't say too. I just said they needed to get better. But I don't know. Dude Man Diary says no need to apologize, man. You're totally uncharted territory. You're doing a fine job. I'm trying the best I can. I really am, and I'm really not an options expert. I know more than the average person in regards to options, probably. I'm making an assumption there. I think I know more than the average person on options, but I don't play them very often. Very, very rarely, as a matter of fact. I don't think that I really quite honestly don't think that it's a place for an average investor unless you've got a lot of money to put into it. I just think that it's a bad. I think options are. People aren't going to agree with me on this, but I'm old school. I really think that you should have large amounts of money. It's the place. It's the place where people who have large stacks go to play high stakes. And it is what it is. We can all choose to disagree, but that's just how I feel. Cost of borrow average and max right now. We'll take a look in 15 minutes, Dr. Zeno. 15 minutes. Duncan says Chan's your worst critic. he just says go to dead. Hydrosnake says a little drinky drink fixes the mood. Yeah. I'm gonna get better though. I'm gonna be better at this. I'm gonna make sure that I make sure that I express that it's my opinion and not necessarily fact. And that's gonna help, right? Like there's a big difference between coming out and saying like this is the answer, right? And then coming out and being like, well, I'm reading this document and this is what it looks like to me, but I don't know the answers yet. There's a big difference. There's a big difference, right? And I think people can look at when somebody's saying like I'm trying to understand this document right now. I don't have the full details yet, and this is how I'm understanding or reading the documentation, and this is how I understand it. And if you're wrong, then you're wrong. I mean, it just that's okay, right? But to come out and act like you're an authority figure and what's right and what's wrong and then being wrong about it, that's not cool. Yes, max pain is at 21. We are at $25 right now. We are up 5.6% with 9.8 million shares having been traded after 16 minutes. Remember what I said about potentially running up maybe into the 27 range. Actually, let me pull it back out for just a second. Running up to the 27 range, potentially somewhere between 26, 27 range, and then pulling back. That looks like a very strong possibility to me. Very, very strong. And I'm going to delete my trampoline that sucked so bad the other day. That was a sucky trampoline. All right, sorry. A little OCD going on there. Alrighty, 25.11 is our price, or 25.11. It's funny. I'm not going to call the person out. They know who they are, but I had somebody talking to me in a DM the other day, and they were apologizing. I said, you need to stop being like me and apologizing for everything. it's so true. Highway Frog says it's hard to work with people who think they've learned so much that they've stopped learning. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, it is. It is tough. You know, because I've spent a lot of time in my career working with people like that, right? Engineers. Engineers don't want to see things the way they are for whatever reason. So I've encountered that quite a bit in my lifetime. You know, it's really really difficult to convince an engineer that they're wrong. Case if a majority of retail sells Ape on the 22nd and double down on AMC, will those that choose to hodl both be screwed? Um, that's such a like that's such a I would rather not answer your question and just say something different. I'm gonna say that like I said before, Ape shares are just as valuable as AMC shares, if not more. So the idea of, what somebody would do with their Ape shares, they should probably treat them almost equally as important, if not more important, than their AMC shares. I'm not going to say what's going to happen, because I can't answer that question. I really don't. I don't know if we'll be screwed or not. I have to see the numbers. I'm watching numbers, so we'll see what ends up happening. KC Cloud, please let us see justice. Filthy animals pay us market makers. And I know that's such a PC answer, yo, but I honestly I can't again, like somebody else said earlier, we're in uncharted territory here, so I really don't know what's going to happen. But I'm gonna watch the numbers and we'll see what happens. We'll react accordingly. And I'm not saying that you can do whatever you want to do. I'm gonna react according to what I see with the numbers. But I can tell you one thing. I can assure you of one thing. Whatever does happen when it happens won't be very fast. A screwing won't be happening over, a few minutes or an hour. It would be over days or weeks. Z Wade says old school engineers, super practical, new school engineers, way overthinking it. Z Wade, I don't know why that rings true with me, but it really does ring true. There's like an overconfidence level on newer. Oh man, what? Maybe it's just because we're getting old, man. Maybe it's just because we're getting old that we feel like the younger generation's overconfident. Maybe we were overconfident when we were younger. I don't know, but I feel what it is that you're saying. Like it makes sense. But then I look at it and I go like, okay, well maybe it's just because we're smarter and older and wiser now. I don't know. I think what you need to remember, yo, is that the importance of ape shares is that by reducing or giving ape shares over to institutions would potentially allow them to have less pressure against them. Let me try and rephrase this. Whatever pressure the ape shares puts onto institutions will be reduced the more shares that are sold. So I'll say that. Good morning, Gary. Donuts and coffee. John says new engineers haven't failed enough to know better. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know, but To be honest, though, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like there's like a cockiness level of like the younger generation that's just kind of like a different level. I don't know. M- it's hard for me to say. I feel like as you get older, maybe you just see things differently, and it's the same level of cockiness. It's just you don't remember being that way. You know what I mean? Like when you were a kid, you don't remember ramming your head into walls or sticking your fingers in light sockets or sticking your tongue into fans or whatever it is kids do. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't remember doing stupid shit. And then now, because you're older and you just forgot about that stuff. But then when you really sit back and you think about it, maybe we were cocky, but we just can't remember being that way. I don't know. Good question, Ross. I don't know the answer to that. I don't. I honestly don't know that. I mean, to me it makes sense that your ex-dividend date would be the day that you'd want to have as. I don't know. I'd have to go back and research it a little bit, Ross, and see if what you're saying is true. But it makes sense to me to have it on the 22nd, so I don't know. I'm not 100% certain. Even if they do crime Ape out of the gate, yo, they still need the shares. So those shares are just as important, if not more, and I would lean towards the more side than regular shares because they're going to need those shares to if they're going to crime, they're going to need to have shares to crime. So the more shares that they have in their inventory to crime with, the easier it will be. M height, no, unfortunately not. I never got an opportunity to work with on projects with my dad. Uh, that's not true. There was maybe a couple projects that I got to work with on my dad in my lifetime, but not too many of them. Unfortunately, I spent more time working with the people that were hired to come over and fix the problems than than work with my dad. Man, let me tell you, I loved hanging out with the professionals that would come over and fix things at the house. I really did because I always thought it was fascinating to learn how to, do plumbing work or secure, see how somebody does like security, I was jackhammering. My mom and dad did some remodeling on a house one time, and we were jackhammering stuff, granite. We were jackhammering granite underneath the house. Um, I would help I would watch the Lathers, forget what they call it. I help watch and help a little bit on lathing. Just, but I guess I kind of understand what you're saying. Like working with somebody to do something is is good for you, I guess. Doge Cult member says I stuck my tongue on the end of a Nintendo wire when my dad was hooking it up and got jolted pretty bad. Thanks, James. Knowledge is youth, wisdom is elderly, and it's a circle of life. Yeah. MG says I was cocky until I joined the military. Then you were double cocky, right? Just teasing, man. Tomasi says, where do we retrace back down? If I had to guess, around 27, 26, high 26s to low 27s, somewhere around there is what I'm guessing. But I don't know for a fact. Yeah, Duncan's saying no sense to F around with only a shitload of FTDs to buy. Yeah. Micah says, I bit down really hard on a Jolly Rancher. It stuck to my silver cap on a tooth, ripped the candy and cap out of my mouth. Mama was insane with anger. Learned my lesson. Put a couple motorcycles in the lake? What? How many more times you going to use the word crime in a sentence? Did I say crime? After the jolt, I played Mike Tyson's Punch Out for like 48 hours. All right, guys, it's 9 o'clock. It's time to take a look at the numbers. I do feel like we have an ascending parallel channel potentially forming here. Nope, it might be more of a wedge. And it's a very steep wedge, so there'll probably be a breakout going down here soon. Let me just draw this real quick here before we go taking a look at the numbers. It looks like a wedge, and it could be breaking out here pretty soon. Which direction? I don't know. I mean, usually these are down because this is such an aggressive steep wedge here. This will probably break down, but it could go up. But I'm pretty certain the trend channel on this is going to point towards towards the top, and then you've got rising price with falling volume. More than likely, this is going to break out going down. Like where, and if I just had to throw like a random guess, it's probably going to be pretty soon. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys, and see where we're at for the day today. Oh boy, that was bright. All right, I can definitely tell I'm getting buffered right now. Bear with me. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. Holy moly, we're getting a breakout going up. Come on, there's no way. That is some big volatility bands there. We're crawling up just the bottom side of it without actually breaking through, because even if I reduce this Bollinger Band to a 2 sigma, oops, that was not right. Even with with a 2 sigma in there, we're still touching the Bollinger Band, which should mean we should be breaking down. I would imagine this is going to retrace back down here probably pretty soon. I don't know if this is really I don't know if it's a breakout going up more. It's going to be pretty amazing. That's insane. Okay. That's really impressive. We're at $26 now, guys, and still increasing. We did break the 2384, telling us that we were on new highs from our last synthetic price failure that just lasted like just about a day. But let's go over to the other screen and start taking a look at our numbers here. That's really odd to see that breaking that direction. Let's see what we got going on. Let me move a couple of screens around real quick here, and we'll kind of touch base on everything that we got going on here. Alrighty. Top right-hand corner, the only person to get a price prediction tally point for yesterday was Keto. Congratulations to Keto on that price prediction tally. So far, and this is not financial advice, guys. So far, the four of us have a price prediction for the day. It's just us betting beers and ice cream, whichever it may be, to see who's just try to keep sharp, basically, on where price is moving to. I've got 24.50 to 27.50. Eric's got 24 to 27. Keto has 22.78 to 25.78, and Monty has 28.15. Excuse me, to 31.15. So Monty's got the high side. There is a gap between 27.50 and 28.15 that price could close at, where nobody would get a point again. So far, we've got a three-way tie between Eric, myself, and Keto. Here we are on a Thursday with only 1 point. we're having a rough week this week, guys. It happens. Short exempt volume today is at 811,000. I think we only traded like what was it, like I think it was 64 million shares yesterday. Let me check and see. I think it was 64 million shares, and our short exempt volume was super high considering what our volume was at. I'm currently refreshing the screen right now. 63.9. It was basically 64 million. Almost 64 million, and yet we managed to hit such a high number without SSR being tripped, which in my mind is bullish, but we'll have to see how that translates into some of the other numbers in a few weeks from now. Utilization 100%. We're on day number 128 straight trading days, business days of trading with 100% utilization. Day-over-day price increase was a 5.43% increase, which is giving us a 1 of 3 on that indicator. Max pain increased from yesterday from 20 to 21. I think we started out the week at 18 on Monday. I think we did 20 on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then 21 now today, I think. My memory's a little rough on that, but something like that, along those lines. Taking a look at the off exchange, I would expect to see about 44% through the off exchange right now, and EDGX somewhere between 10 and 11. Currently, we have 52. Wow. All right, this is unexpected. Very, very unexpected to see this kind of price movement and that much volume going through the off exchange. There's currently 52.03% going through the off exchange, and the EDGX is at 14.88% for a combined total of 66.91% going through those two off exchanges. The NYSE ARCA is up almost 3% higher than normal, about 2.5% higher. And let's take a look at institutional ownership, which did drop. We're down to 189.9 million shares owned by institutions. A very small drop from yesterday, but let me refresh that and see where we're at. 189.940 million shares, so there's a little bit of increase there since last check this morning. Taking a look at Ortex data. According to Ortex, we currently have 5.91 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today, which is very, very high. The short share interest of the free float is going to rise due to that to 18.06%. Cost to borrow average is at 8.45, max is at 11.08, and min is at 7.94. The amount of shares on loan right now is at 132.34, which is 5.5 million up from yesterday. About 2 million of that I'm estimating to be short interest. And taking a look at the options, highest amount of volume right now for call options is currently at a $25 strike price, which is what it was yesterday at close, with 20.9 thousand contracts already. On the puts, highest amount of volume is at a $21 strike price, with currently 3.5 thousand contracts. So almost a 7-to-1 ratio, and almost a 7-to-1 ratio in difference between calls and puts, signaling for a closing price somewhere between 21 and 25 by the end of the day so far. Taking a look at Ortex a little bit closer here. Here's our utilization at 128 straight days of utilization being 100%. Let's zoom in just a tad bit here, and on loan amount increasing day over day. There's your increase of 5.5 million from 126.8 to 132.3. That's going to have the effect, anytime you got brand new loans going in there, it's going to have the effect of decreasing the on loan average age per day. It decreased from, it went from 60.34 to 57.45, and the estimated short share interest of the free float increasing day over day from 7.29 to 17.67. Security lending volume decreased by about half. It was previous day was at 30.15, and security lending volume yesterday was at 14.41. A little more than half. So far this morning, AMC is trading fourth most heavily traded stock according to Fidelity by orders, with a 57% buy to 43% sell ratio. GME is 28th with a 53% buy to 47% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $21.30. I haven't updated it on the page yet. Looks like there was a return of shares to 900,000. They borrowed 800,000 of that, and only returns on the ETFs. So I'm going to add 800,000 to. We're at 0.95 million shares. So 950,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning. Although I think there was some overnight borrowing that may have occurred, and I haven't checked Discord yet to see if Active has managed to post something in there yet from last night, but I forgot to check it. So hopefully somebody's got a picture of the overnight activities on borrowing, because I have a feeling there's much more than just 0.95 that's been borrowed so far. But fees are at 6.5%. Currently, we have 109.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 96.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 101.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 2.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.14, Dow Jones is up 0.95, and the S&P 500 is up 0.97. We currently have 5,149 advancers to 1,602 decliners. The market's ripping right now. It's cooking with bacon grease. VIX is up, though, 1.22. VIX is up, but the market's up also. Hold on, let's look at the SPY. SPY up 1.04. A lot of volatility going into the market right now. Wait for a big swing down. It's probably coming. It's kind of interesting to see. VTI is up 1.16. IWD is up 1.24. Tesla's down 0.48. Amazon is up 1.07. Cinemark is up 2.56. Doge is up 2.74. Bitcoin is up 3.74. GME is up. Oh, and by the way, Bitcoin's up above 24.8. It could be on a little bit of a bullish run, but I'm expecting to see this break back down at some point. I think this is going to be a bull trap. GME is up 2.52. HYMC is up 0.99. Hood is up 6.43. NC Maya is up 3.75, and AMC is up 9.34%. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, we've currently $14 million more in inflow than outflow. 21.59 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Hold on a second. This is a lot of volume after 43 minutes. We are on pace for 196 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's the pace that we're on currently. My pre-market volume prediction was 50 to 70 million. So yeah. Breaking news. I could be wrong. I've always said that I'm okay with being low on volume predictions, so I'm all right with that. That's some really high volume. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.11, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 77.91, signaling overbought. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.29, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 79.31, signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, signaling more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 80.56, signaling overbought. We got some hot data here. It did break out just slightly going up and then fell right back into the wedge again. It's crawling right up this wedge here. It's a wedgie. Wedgie for the hedgie. We'll see what happens here. I don't know. This is very interesting. I would expect this to break down beyond this support line or this resistance line here. So the top side obviously is not holding, but the bottom side on this resistance line is holding pretty well. We've got multiple touch points all the way up it. So when it does, I mean it's going to have to break past that at some point because that is a really steep incline. Taking a look at the Ichimoto. This could be part of the reason. We have another buy signal on the 1 hour. Pretty heavy buy signal here. We're outside the cloud. We're above the conversion's above the base, and the lagging is above the price line. So this is a buy signal. Price only temporarily went into the cloud, and it is definitely coming out. This is not very typical to have happen, but it's happening. So this could be part of the reason we may be having a little bit of swing trading going on here. On a 4 hour though, it's bounced off that baseline pretty hard. Conversion line still above the base and lagging line above price line. This is the technicals on this would have said to have sold back here, definitely by here. So to see it going the other direction on this is very counterintuitive to what this was signaling before. Getting a little bit of consolidation going on here since 10:05. We are currently at 25.89 with 22.63 million shares having been traded so far. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Keto says we're crushing the shorts. Cuddy Cut says good morning. Good morning to you, sir. Question in stocks. And I'm assuming you're a sir. I always assume, I don't know why I do this. It's probably really sexist. I assume everybody's a sir unless the name's obvious, but shouldn't do that. But anyways, Ape. Question in stocks, where there is a gap up from previous day close and current open, does a gap get filled if the 5-minute wick touches, or does it have to be the entire? I don't know the answer to that one. I count the data for the wicks, but in regards to how you're supposed to track that, if there's a gap from the previous day close and current open, does the gap get filled if the 5-minute wick touches? Or I don't know the technical answer. AMC has a very nice cup formation on the 2 hour on TradingView. Let's go. I saw it on the 30-minute earlier this morning, was pointing that out, which to me tells me that we could have a very nice setup for especially if you take out the extended hours, you can see the cup much more easily. So run up to 26.27 is what I was suggesting, but then a pullback. Obviously, that pullback would be in tomorrow. So, probably a lot of options, trying to capture options out of the money but then a very sharp rise in price, probably going into Monday, if not late Friday, or maybe even in the after hours. And I can almost guarantee where they're going to try and trap everybody is in the aftermarket hours, right? Like drop the price real hard in the aftermarket or the pre-market morning, and capture all those everyone who decides to hold those options overnight, put them in a position to where they're losing some of their money going into tomorrow. It makes sense. Brian says atomic wedgie. Myself says, so everything is up. Gotta love recession. Man, every time every time you have a massive market down move, doesn't mean that there's not upswings along the way. Similarly, doesn't mean you don't have downswings on upwards movement along the way. Highway Frog says, off topic, but this plane beside me, crop spraying, is a real Top Gun. That'd be a cool job. Yeah, I've always wanted to fly. Hey, Michael Anthony, welcome to the channel. We have 2 rules here. One of them's no random shout outs on other tickers. Say hi if you're real. I want to see KG being taken out of the building by those guys with the FBI on their coats. Yeah, I know, right, yo? Laugh out loud. What mods? It's like I either need to add new mods or get rid of like maybe I need to do a changing of the guard. Casey, is it true that Ape shares can eventually be converted to AMC shares? On a vote, yes. No, 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 not you, Cuddy Cut. I was talking about Michael Anthony. Not you, Cuddy Cut. Oh, yes, you're a sir. I forget though, man. I forget, who's who all the time. It's hard for me to remember. I gotta remember. I got a lot of people I talk to on a daily basis. I forget stuff. But I do forget. M Height says even though CPI went down a little, still have massive issues. Casey, what's your opinion on those IRS agents' jobs? The government loves to collect their money. That's my opinion. John, how's it going? Craig, to get the most out of the 100,000 out of the money calls in the money, we would probably need. Let me look at the options chain. Hold on a second. Let's see here. 30. I think. Let me do some math. Yeah. 30 would get us about 71,000 of those, I think, in the money. If you want to do the math on like 27 and a half, and I'm roughly guesstimating here, but not like super accurate, right? But if we got to 27 and a half, then that would probably get us about 25,000 of those. Casey, can Adam Aaron share the oversold float number publicly if it's factual? I would think that he probably could. Doug, I might have to take you up on that, man. I might have to take you up on that. Casey, my boss gave me and my coworker compliments for the past 3 days. I asked him, instead of giving us a pat on the back, can I have the day off? He said in 2 weeks. Don't tell him, but you can think in your head, maybe I won't be back after 2 weeks. I didn't forget your fun I got your price prediction in today, Doug. I did a shout out to you this morning. You missed like three other of us did. Doug in real life says, will hedge funds use Ape as a convertible share to AMC for collateral against margin calls? Will hedge funds use Ape as a convertible share to AMC for collateral against margin calls? Maybe if they owned enough, that might be a possibility. But they would have to own them. I don't know where they're going to get them from. But I mean, they definitely could use it as collateral, but they'd have to own them. Wait, is Michael Anthony like just continuing to put stuff out without actually like responding to me? What is he talking about upgrades? I'm so confused. Hold on a second. What is going on here? It's like he's having a conversation with himself. Active, good morning. Oh, you changed your logo. Now I can't recognize you. What the heck? I'm like, what is this? Who is this who's got this wrench in here that's got a yellow yellow circle? Uh, who the heck is Michael Anthony talking to? Michael Anthony, if you're really real, say something, man, because I'm about ready to boot you the heck out of here. Forrest says, I just saw on CNBC that Casey Shaw is the cause of the price surge. Yeah, that's sure. Yo, I think I commented on that one already. Make sure you guys hit live. Thanks, Doug. I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna have to add some more here maybe in a bit. Yeah, I think he is a bot. I think I'm gonna have to kick Michael Anthony. Uh, Michael Anthony, I'm just gonna throw this out there just in case you're not live and you're responding to something from like an hour ago. If you hear this and you no longer have the ability to be able to write things in the comment section, contact me on Twitter or someplace else and talk to me and let me know what's going on there so I can remove you. Otherwise, you're now hidden from the channel. Oh, you were telling me. Now he's responding. Okay. Hold on a second. You were telling me. I'm not sure what you were telling me. All right, let me remove that because now you're responding. Hold on. I just unhid you. You're good to go. What are you talking about? So what are you talking about in regards to the comment before when you said that is true on the upgrades, which paid off lots of debt and increased the dividend from zero point 0.6 to 0.08 and made 0.47, which is higher than 0.2 last year on CPG. What is that in reference to? Cuddy Cat says, "Can you live stream about 6 minutes of a clip from the Big Short movie?" Yeah, sure. Let me get right on that. Jay, I'm gonna rely on you here eventually. I'm going to rely on you eventually here to help me get back into shape. Cuddy Cut says you have to get me to say hot coach. What the heck? Oh man. Welcome to the channel, Ludus Fishman. We have two rules here. You just violated rule number one. No, I see your text that you're putting out, Michael. But like it doesn't. I don't understand what you're referencing though. Colby says, well, Colby, welcome to the channel where I'm having a hard time to telling who's who here around here. But I'm glad this is I'm really glad this is helping you out. All right. So we're getting a bunch of consolidation here, guys, and I think the consolidation is going to be an attempt to try and drop volume. The last couple minutes, we've got volume still in the 100K range, so that's good. But they will try to attempt to drive volume down, usually by dropping price or even running it sideways and decreasing volatility, um, which appears to be the case right now. Like, I, I mean, I don't know what to do, Michael. I don't know what to do, no, man. I don't know what to do. Like, legit. Like, that's the rule number one, man. It's rule number one. I don't know what to do. Do me a favor. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt as much as I can here, Michael. Do me a favor and go into the description of this channel and read that, please. There's a lot of helpful information in there that will help you to understand perhaps maybe a little bit about what's going on around here. Um, I think it could help you out quite a bit. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go let my dog back in. I just heard him crunch the door, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Captain Awesome says, "Did you see the Gonclave's Cleveland Cuff CEO go absolutely off the wall about the market?" I have not. Gon, I think I said that name wrong. Goncalves, Cleveland. I have not seen it. Yeah, rule number one is in the description box, but it says do not advertise a stock without context. And so if I need to clarify that a little bit, that rule, so that it somebody just immediately deleted his what's rule number one. Guys, give him a second here. You didn't do anything wrong with that statement. But Michael Anthony, that's rule number one. If I need to redefine that rule so it's not more clear, I can. I want it to be in context in relationship to AMC. I'll do that. I'll re-clarify. Do not advertise a stock without context in regards, because I do want people to ask questions about other stocks if there's data that you need. I'm just going to put in there in regards to AMC. DeSeuss, good morning. Oh, Einstein says he's trolling Casey. I'm done with it. Einstein, I appreciate it, man. I like the I like the I'm gonna take over attitude right there, because sometimes I let things go way too long. Roaster guy says you should have a toilet. You know what? I used to do this. I used to do the kids boo. Let's make sure I'm not gonna blast you guys' ears out here. I used to do this. So how about that? How about next time that we'll just do. Maybe I'll just start doing silences from now on. First time's a removal of the thing, and the second time's a silence with a kids boo. Captain Awesome says, I'll drop a link in the Discord for you. He is basically ranting at the hedgies and market makers as a whole, then heading to a smoke break. Gary Keating, it should be right up until market close on the 19th. Funky Funk Face. I'm doing pretty good. How you doing today? Myself, you gotta change your icon when you do that. Doge Cult member says, hopefully this bear market rally continues. Where? Oh, well, you know what? I didn't realize I didn't have the tickers up here on the right side. Let's see. VIX is starting to drop a little bit now, so the SPY might start running. You're looking at them. You're looking at them right now, Doug. Gary Keating says thanks. I'm writing it down. Okay. I don't know. All right. Let me take a look for news here real quick. I just want to see what's going on. See if there's any AMC news. Got about 20 minutes left here before we take a look at the next numbers. What the heck? I typed in AMC. Oh, I see. I typed in AMC and of course, the article comes up and posts like a bunch of other stocks. Yahoo Finance is listing like a whole bunch of stocks that are rising as trading volume cools, which was posted 11 minutes ago. 22 hours ago, Jim Cramer sides with the apes, says AMC Entertainment stock is a terrible short. So that's a Benzinga post. I haven't seen anything yet, on the IPO approval, and I would actually suspect that Adam Aron will probably come out with a tweet as soon as that happens. That would be my guess. I mean, he's been pretty good and vocal about what's going on here, and I haven't seen him post it yet. But there are other things that are happening that are kind of weird as well, like the OCC coming out with the options AMC 1. Maybe that's one of the first steps. I would feel like you'd have to get the NYSE approval first in order to get the OCC to react on an options chain publication change. But that doesn't appear to be the case. So I don't know. Maybe we just can't find. Maybe we're having a difficult time unless you guys have seen somebody else post where the NYSE has approved it. Let me just check and see here. I'm gonna try. To see if I can't find it on their webpage again. I'm gonna see if I can't find their list again here. I'm just looking. I'm looking really quick for to see if I can't find a find the request. Uh, 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see if I can find this. This is why I hardly ever do this kind of stuff in front of you guys, because I don't like how it like just there's like I feel like there's like no interaction between me or you guys. So it's like I feel like it's like just dead time. We are at 25.01 in price right now, with 31.87 million shares having been traded so far. Hmm. Hmm. Here we go. I think I found it again. All right. So I'm pretty sure I found it again here on it's the gateway to it's just called IPO Center Filings. And I'm not sure that this would necessarily be what this would fall under for AMC. But this is where I went looking last time, and there's expected deals, um, amended deals, filed deals, withdrawn deals, right? And so recent IPOs, I don't see anything listed there. The backlog, I just I don't see anything under the filings. For Ape, I see Corp Housing Group, EPO International Holdings. I don't see anything for Ape. Let's try a different search. I'm not even. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I will. I'll just try to scan forward on this. This is the way that I went last time, and I just went looking for the filing. It does take a little while to get through this because you gotta like click on next a bunch of times. Just so you can see, there's AMC Entertainment Holdings right there listed as a symbol. And then I'll look for Ape. AOUT and then APA, so it should be coming up. APDN, APEI, so it should be in between these two right here. And it's not there. So I don't see it. I don't see the listing, but this should just be like the ones that are already. Yeah, it should be under this group. I don't see it. So nothing new yet. EJ the Collector says, "What's up with 26?" I'm not sure with 20. What do you mean by that? Gary, are you trying to say that AMC is like the Dallas Cowboys? I'm gonna get so much hate. I'm gonna get so much hate for that comment. I think next to the Dallas Cowboys, I think the Pitts might be Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not positive, but I think those are like some of the two most beloved teams in all of the U.S. So like if you ever make like a disparaging comment, you have like a really high chance of pissing off, in a room full of people, a lot of people, when you make comments about either of those two teams. which, if you know me as a person, I love doing that. I love just, I love to just say things like that. Oh man, don't mess with Dallas Cowboys and their quarterbacks. they, they hate that. If you look at the Investor Connect, you can see the SEC filing for the dividend. Maybe that will help. Let me check that out, John. Let me check it out. Let's see here. Please visit our and all the details about in the dividend page. Okay, well, could you provide a link? So I went to the Investor Connect page. And it says, as announced on August 4th, 2022, AMC will be issuing AMC Preferred Equity Ape units to existing shareholders as of the record date in mid-August. Please visit Ape Dividend. Oh, they do have a link. It's because I have my I have my page set up so I can't see. Sometimes I can't see hyperlinks like that. All right, cool. So there is a link here. Let's see. Holdings announced special dividend. I see the 8K filing. I don't see anything on the. I don't see anything in there under the Ape dividend info that would lead me to see the. I mean, I see it. I see the 8K filing, but I don't see anything in regards to the application or request. Kenny Booth says, Casey, I moved my position from one broker to another after the buy button deal. I've since discovered I lost my L term thoughts, and I'm assuming L term means is it the time that you've been holding for? Is that what L term is? I'm gonna have to look that one up. What's L term? If it's your time that you've been holding for, I guess it would depend on how you transferred your position. Did you sell and then rebuy back with somebody else? And if that's the case, then you would lose that. Let me check out and see what L term is. I'm not familiar with that. Um, yeah, long term refers to the extended period of time that an asset is held, depending on the type of security. Okay, so the only way that you should lose that long term is if you sold your position and then rebought back in. So if that's the case, then yeah, you would lose that. That would never be the right way to transfer from one broker to the next if you were trying to maintain how long you've been holding a position. You'd want to do a stock transfer, which I've heard through Fidelity is actually really easy to do. I don't know how it is for other brokers because I'm not with other brokers, so it doesn't. I don't. Whenever somebody talks about that kind of stuff, it kind of goes right over the top of my head. But it should be pretty easy to do. Hope for Generation 57 says the Cowboys are my favorite team, and I agree with the statement. I'm just I'm just teasing you, Hope. Please don't. I don't really follow football enough to really have an opinion to even have an opinion about any of the teams really. Bigums wore a Vikings hat and a Timberwolves jersey last night on his collab with TMI. 8A12B. Its filing is 8A12B. Hold on a second. I just closed out the darn page I was on. You know what, John? It'd just be easier if I just give you moderator status long enough to put in a link for me. It'll save me a little bit of time. Trey's Holy Grail video from a few days back talks about 26. I don't see there being Holy Grail numbers. I don't think that's how the market looks at this. Yes, Michael Anthony, it's about AMC only. Man, I swear I just gave you moderator status and now I don't see it. Oh, no, yeah, you have it. Yeah, Ethan's saying, yeah, if it was an actual transfer, they should be able to fix it. If you just sold and rebought, that's on you. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the case. You got to make sure that when you're transferring your shares, that you transfer them physically, and not through a request of transfer of shares, and not just sell and buy to a new broker through a new broker, because that's changing your position. And I am not. This is not tax advice, and I am not a tax expert here, but you may want to look into a wash sale. because you could, if you bought back in, if you sold and bought back in too quickly, there's going to be some, there could potentially be some tax implications on you as well. So just realize that. Thanks for understanding, Michael Anthony. I appreciate it, man. Sorry, it's just that, I've it's a rule. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna say it's a rule, and it's my rule. So I appreciate you understanding. Javi, how's it going, man? Good to see you. When we reach beard price, are we talking trim or razor clean shave? I'm torn between it, Einstein. In all honesty, a trim would just be nice. I would like to just feel a little bit like I'm not eating my beard sometimes, or I'm gonna miss it in a really weird way. I'm gonna miss this beard, but I would like to go clean shaved, shaven again because it's nice having a fresh face. I like I'm kind of one of those guys. My beard doesn't grow very fast. I'll say that number one. I mean, I can usually go probably about 2 to 3 weeks without having to normally shave without feeling too scruffy, which is a very long time. So, um, but it's been so long since I've had a clean face that I think I kind of want to go back to a clean face. I want to feel the air on my skin again. Funky Funk Face says, looks like we won't reach the beard price this week. I know what this is in reference to now. Mount Saint Funk. I had somebody offer to fly out here from what I would consider to be half the United States away and shave my beard for me, which I never expected to have that happen, and I didn't say no. Um, that was really kind of weird. I hadn't even. It seems so odd to me that somebody would want to shave my beard. He knows who he is if he's listening, but that seems so odd. I hope he was. I think he was kidding. I think he was really kidding, but it was kind of weird though. Can I can I spend a couple $100 to come over and shave your beard for you? Never never heard of a thing. Maybe I could do it for charity. Maybe we could do a charity event where somebody could shave my beard for a cause or something. I don't know. That would be that would be cool. I don't know. I'm not, I'm not into getting fundraising for you guys or any kind of advertising, so I wouldn't want to. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Harry Nutsack says, after cutting the beard, put it in a shoebox and start a shrine. Put it out in the tree, make a nest for the birds. Cuddy Cut says the other day somebody presented a hypothetical and asked you what you thought about it, and you said it was one of your pet peeves. Don't remember what it was. Rule number 3: don't do pet peeves. Maybe it was somebody saying something about like asking, like when it's a little bit of a pet peeve when somebody comes in here and says like, so and so said this. What do you think about that? Like I really despise that. It's just kind of like, well, what do you think about it? Like, why do you care what I think about it? Like, what are you just trying to create division between me and that person because I have a different opinion than they have? Then, um, It's kind of messed up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's messed up to like just go in and ask somebody what they think, just so you can hear an altering opinion. Einstein says, just sit back and let it happen, Casey. uh, it's either juicy burger and bodacious chicken wings or long beard. You're right, Tassus, and I do love me some juicy burgers and bodacious chicken wings, and I can't enjoy those things right now. I literally cannot sit down and eat some chicken wings or juicy burgers and enjoy them. You know what I love more than anything? A Royal Red Robin burger, and it's got the over easy egg on it. You cannot eat that. You cannot have one of those. It is impossible to eat one of those and have a beard. Impossible. I don't believe it can be done unless you've got like a monstrous mouth. And it makes me sad. It makes me really really sad. Somebody asked me what would I do with the logo after the beard comes off, and I might have to switch back to the old logo. All right, it's 11. It's 10:07, guys. It's time to do the numbers. So and so told me you're gonna shave your beard today. No, it's not unless we're hitting 90. I didn't actually I didn't check to see what the validity of the Gasparino video was. I don't really care one way or the other because the sentiment of what it is that he's saying is true. And then as far as the BlackRock sale, it doesn't look like a sale to me. And I tried to analyze the filing as best as I could and understanding it the best that I could, and it doesn't. To me, it looks like a transfer within the company of shares to different subsidiaries within the company. So I don't see a sale there. And if you go to the 13F filings, or if you go to Fintel's filings of how many shares that are currently owned by BlackRock, I'm still seeing 40 something million there. So I don't think that that's what everybody thinks it is. I don't think it was a sale. That's to the best of my knowledge that I can determine. Cuddy Cut says Ken Griffin said that AMC theaters are dead. Can you tell me what you think about that? Yeah. Beards of Love. That's so messed up. Oh, that's so gross sounding. It makes me think of Jackass when they took the pews and like put it on that guy's face. Oh man, it's so gross. Like I can't even imagine like somebody else's beard hair on your face. Oh, gross. I think it would be funny to shave the beard into a funny pattern because some of y'all were recommending like this like swirl pattern that some of y'all were showing me and stuff. We were looking at that, which kind of looks kind of cool. I would like to do something kind of eccentric with it, but I don't know. I gotta be able to get to the back to the point where I can eat like a nice big juicy burger or some wings without feeling like I'm eating my food or my beard. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. It's 10:10. It's like it's way past. I got caught up in all this beard talk. You guys got me monologuing. Uh, let's if that's probably not what that was called, but whatever. Let's see. I'm gonna log into my broker and we will get into these numbers here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could help prevent somebody. It could help keep and prevent somebody from being in your account that shouldn't be there. If you don't like it, get rid of it. Now's a great time to test it out when nothing absolutely crazy is happening. I am logged in, so I'm going to go take you guys to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you're writing or respond to anything that's been written so far if I haven't already commented on it. So hold those thoughts until I get done with these numbers. All right. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago, it was 52.03 in the off exchange and 14.88 in the EDGX. I would expect about 49% by now in the off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere around 11 and 12%. Let's see what it is. 55.68 and 13.14 for a grand total of 68.82% of our volume going through those two exchanges. Ortex. Ortex currently reporting an hour ago, not currently reporting an hour ago, but an hour ago reporting 5.91 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 7.55 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Either somebody is opening up a bunch of new short positions or somebody needs some shares really, really bad. One of the two, I'm not sure which. The estimated short share interest of the free float has risen to 18.19% as a result. Cost to borrow average is at 8.65, max is at 11.08, and min is at 7.94. Shares on loan is currently 132.34 million, which day over day is up 5.5 million. I'm estimating about 2 million of that was in short interest. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume for call options an hour ago was $25 strike price with 20.9 thousand contracts. There's now 28.1. A lot of volume right now in the morning. Super, super high amounts of volume. On the puts, highest amount of volume at a $21 strike. It was 3.5 thousand contracts. Is now 11.9. So that's actually drastically gone up on the put side for a $21 strike. Very drastically gone up. We had almost a 7-to-1 ratio in call versus put volume. We now have like a 2.5-to-1 ratio. So those puts are really starting to stack on the $21. This is where potentially like the market may be deciding that this is where they're going to turn it around at, which is what I mentioned earlier this morning. You know, we might see a big jump in price and then watch it walk down. Although I think the big push would probably come in the aftermarket hours, trapping those positions out of the money. Taking a look at Fidelity's orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently trading 5th most heavily traded stock in the market according to Fidelity, with 52% buys to 48% sales, and AMC is currently listed as, GME has fallen off the top 30 list. They must have low volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $21.30. It has not been triggered yet. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they borrowed another, I'm just going to call it another 100K here. So we're now at 1.05 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. I expect Active may have a picture for me from last night that I can probably check Discord here in a little bit. Actually, I could probably check it right now. Hold on, let me just see if she's got one. Maybe it's under DD. Hold on a second. Let me just see. She's got an update for options from last night, I think. Nope, that's from Delusion. Yeah. Okay. Delusion, thank you for that post. Looks like you guys tracked the data from last night pretty well. Oh no, maybe not. Oh no, you did take a picture. It went to 0 amount of shares available all the way until late last night. So, all right. What I don't have a picture of though is anything from 2032 going forward. There might have been some return on shares in there somewhere. Maybe not though. Yeah, there were return shares at 23.32 last night, but it was only 10,000. I'll see if I can't find some other pictures overnight pictures. Maybe I need to start doing a better job of keeping an eye on that. They do like to do some shenanigans through the night. When eyes aren't looking, prying eyes. Out of the money options, we have 115.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 90.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 100.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. It's a lot. NASDAQ is up 0.26, Dow Jones is up 0.65, and the S&P 500 is up 0.52. We currently have 4,774 advancers to 2,515 decliners. VIX is up 1.47, VTI is up 0.66, IWD is up 1.01, Tesla is up down 1.6, Amazon is down 0.76, Cinemark is up 0.23, Doge is up 0.9, Bitcoin is up 1.94, GME is down 0.67, HYMC is up 0.99, Hood is up 2.55, NCMI is down 1.88, AMC is up 5.66 in the pre-market, in the market. And 37.26. Oh, I refreshed inflow versus outflow. We currently have, that's a lot. 40, 35, 36, $36 million more in inflow than outflow, which happens to be really close to the same amount of volume that we have, ironically. 37.3 million shares having been traded so far for the day to day after, hold on a second, minus 30 plus 2. After 167 minutes of trading, looks like we're on pace for about 87.6 million shares traded for the day to day is our current pace. Let me do that math one more time because I don't think I'm right here. Yep, I'm not right. I know what I just did wrong. I did the same thing like a day or two ago. We've been trading for 107 minutes. I did the wrong math. 107 minutes. Our pace is 137 million shares traded so far, or pace rather. Our pace should be about 137. It's dropping. I think it was like 180 an hour ago. I'm predicting somewhere between 50 and 70 million. I could see this dropping to maybe like 90 before the end of the day, so I might be a little bit on the underside. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.64, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.92, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.44, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.26, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.76, below average. We are down to, from our high, let me record this, from our high today of 2608, we've got a low. We came in lower than that. All right, so no new lows yet. I won't track those for a little bit here. Well, we'll call it 2451. So a synthetic price failure at this point would occur at $19 and wait, am I doing the math right here? This is not right. Yeah, okay, so a synthetic price failure would occur. Come on, go away. At $21, basically. Yeah. Okay. I'll just leave this up here. With that, I can see what you guys are writing again, and I'm probably going to take off to break here. Thorblade says, Casey Shaw, I just need to know, is MOASS in 2 weeks? My boyfriend keeps asking if it'll be wife changing money. He wants a new girlfriend. Thorblade, man, that you know what you're going back to the really old days where I mean I know you've been around the block. I know you've been here for a long time when you say things like that. I don't know if many of you understand the humor behind that, but that is some really old Wall Street bets humor right there. And so I know you've been here for a while. So all I'm gonna say to that is um I hope for you. I hope for you too. Bjork, if you want to look at a better cup and handle, go to a 30-minute and take out the extended hours. Actually, I'll do it for you. Not a bad looking cup and handle right there. It's pretty decent. I said price should make it up to 26, high 26 to low 27s. But 26 would actually work because that would start the cup right here. It just wouldn't be as high as this edge over here, which is fine. That's okay. Starting this downwards momentum here should take us to. No, well, I don't know. I don't know. Hold on a second. Let me look at these numbers here. Um, let me do some math. I'm gonna say this should take us down to maybe around 2340 on this rundown. So let's put a line in there, shall we? Let's do that. Let's try to put a line in at 2340 and see if that's the case. We'll move this one. Close enough. 2341. My guess is that we're going to find some kind of level of support at 2340 range. We'll probably see this kind of move down towards that range before bouncing up, and I'll put in the high. I'll put in the high on that later. Curtis says, "Is this a Casey broken cup and broken handle?" It might be. It might be. This didn't really pan out up here all that well, but I mean, it definitely showed us that we were on a trend that we were going to break at some point. I just didn't know when that was going to be. It occurred a little bit later. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at yesterday's numbers. Check this out. Let's see how we did yesterday. Oh my gosh, look at that, guys. Look at that. Hold on. That is crazy. Look where we finished yesterday. All right, so check this out. This is crazy. All right, this is really, really crazy. You're not going to believe it. You're not going to believe it. The price movement from what day was this? The 8th? Was that Monday? What's the 8th? Hold on. Yeah, Monday. Price movement from Monday, inversed and mirrored. The end price result was really smack dab, really close to what it was where it projected. It wasn't that far off. It was off by maybe like let's see, 22.43. It was maybe off by like a buck, maybe. I don't really have this lined up very well. Probably should line it up like this because it's just copied from the previous day. So it probably wasn't off by even a buck. It was probably off by like maybe 75 cents, right? Same exact pattern, right? Same thing from Mondays, not mirrored in reverse, just mirrored. And closing price yesterday ended up being, let me line it up a little bit better here. Actually, that's pretty spot on. I feel like that's pretty spot on. It looks like I didn't copy enough, but price ends up closing at 23.72 and it was 23.92, so off by like 50 cents. Like insane. Insane how you can take 10/8 date, mirror and flip it, and then just mirror it, and we end up getting some very similar patterns in trading. I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, these brokers, they don't have, like, here's the difference between our brokers controlling price and hedge funds controlling price. When you can literally take like one day and just flip the pattern on multiple different days. The very first time I saw this happen, I knew exactly what was happening. It happened on the 23rd of December. If you go back, I want to say it was the 23rd of December. If you go back to the 23rd of December, it was almost like a kid with its hand in the candy jar or the cookie jar, realizing that he actually had control of something, and they did the same thing like 2 days in a row, and then they were like, oh crap, we have control of everything here. We get to dictate what's going to happen. And they did the same thing like 3 days in a row. Here it is right here, December 23rd. It was crazy. This is the very first time that I knew that our brokers were in complete control of pricing, and they realized it. They realized it, and they ran the same pattern 2 days in a row, and they were like, "Uh-oh, this is too obvious. We better change it up." And so they ran the same pattern a third day, but they inversed it. They just inversed the pattern. They flipped the pattern, right? It was crazy. I'd never seen anything like that. 3 days in a row of the same exact pattern. Hedge funds are way more sophisticated because they have so many more tools that they can use to manipulate price. But this was the very first time that I knew for a fact that hedge funds were no longer in control of price anymore. They had lost complete control. And you come over here and you look at what's going on right now, and this is how you know. This is how you know for a fact that right now they're still in control. When you can copy Monday's pattern, paste it in here and see almost exactly the same kind of patterns forming, just reversed and mirrored. They're becoming more sophisticated by running their algorithms on just slightly different patterns. They're changing it up by flipping it, but they only have on-off switches. That's it. There's on-off switches, and that's all they have. So what is today looking like? I wonder if I can copy Mondays one more time. Why doesn't that? Oh, okay. 23.60 would be the closing price. How far did I say our cup needs to go down to? 23.40? It's right there. 23.40. 23.40 is the number I've got marked down right here. It's just sick, guys. It's just sick. It's gross. It is gross manipulation of the market. I just I can't stand this stuff, man. I can't. I can't do this. This is why we have to change our market. We can't be having this kind of bullshit. This is not right. You know what I'm saying? Like this is not cool. Like you can't manipulate a market like this. This is not how it's supposed to trade. It's not supposed to trade like this. I don't know. I really hope I'm dead wrong on the whole closing at like 2360 today or thereabouts. I hope I'm dead wrong because if they're gonna manipulate the market like 4 days in a row with the same exact pattern, just either mirrored or flipped or mirrored and flipped, um, that's a bunch of BS, man. That is BS. As people are putting their money into the stock market expecting to get some kind of returns on them, while these institutions are just running bullcrap algorithms to just make it look like there's some kind of trading that's going on, but it's not really. It's just fixed. Just fixed. I hope I'm wrong. I hate it. I hate this kind of manipulation, guys. I like playing fair games. I really do. I love poker. I love poker with a passion because it's my mind against your mind, and it's me trying to figure out who you are as a person. But you get somebody who starts dealing out a deck, and they're manipulating where the cards are going. You see people starting to make signals back and forth between each other, and they're colluding to change the game because they want to win. That's some BS. Play a game fair. Play the game fair and win the game right. Don't win the game because you just want to cheat the system. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that life's not fair. I get it. I totally understand that. But if you're going to win a game, win it with some like dignity at least. Makes me so angry. Thanks for the link, John. Yeah, that's the BlackRock link. I've already seen this one before. I can't even go to break, guys. I'm so angry right now. I can't even go to break. It's like I want to enjoy my break. I don't want to like leave like angry. Yeah, that was BlackRock. Let me give it back to you, John. I'll give you the status back so you can post it back up again. It's not that it has less impact than is expected, Hugh. It's more that the markets just they're controlling price to suck up money out of the derivatives. That's all they're doing. They're playing more. So when I went back on what I said this week about options may be safe now, that's a lie. I was wrong. They're not safe. They're still collecting. The thing is this, Hugh. The thing is this. There is so much money right now on options that were played this week that they would rather collect the money from that options than play the market straight the way they should, like they started to. I'm going to break late today, guys. I'm gonna go at 11:20. I've already missed. I'm already too far late to leave, so I'm just gonna go to 11:20 today. Monty says, "Welcome, Casey Shaw. Welcome to the world of corruption." You know, Monty, I'm an idealist sometimes. I really am. I wanna believe that the world's better than it is, and that's probably one of my biggest downfalls in life is believing that the world's better than it actually is. Having faith, having faith that there's some kind of goodness out there. That's probably my biggest downfall. Cuddy Cut's trying to push my buttons. I think you're trying to make me laugh, Cuddy Cut, but you're pushing my buttons, man. Alan says realization is the hardest emotion sometimes. It's not like I'm realizing this right now though, Alan. I mean, I've known this. I've known this for a long time. It's just that it just makes me angry though. It makes me so angry to see it. First off, Doug, you're putting words into my mouth by saying, "Do I still think that we're 6 days trading behind it?" I never said that. In fact, I didn't agree with that to begin with. In fact, one day I pulled it up on here and was showing everybody that I felt like we were ahead of it, not behind it. It's not, no, it's not just, I've actually noticed the trend as well before. The trend is there. There's an absolute trend there, there's a very good correlation. The Ethereum Classic runs very similar to AMC, but if you pull it up and you look at it side by side, they're not trading 6 days behind. But but you're literally coming on here and doing exactly what I said is one of my biggest pet peeves. Like, coming on here and asking me to, what do I think about what somebody else is saying? It's like one of my biggest pet peeves. Do you want there to be some kind of like drama between me and him or something? Like, do I got to disagree with somebody else in order for there to be somebody who's right and who's wrong? Cuddy cuts. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I am mad. I am very mad. It's just I'm expressing it. Whereas sometimes I usually just hold it in. Maybe I need some coffee. I need to go get some coffee. Hey, Doug, at least I didn't tell you to shut the hell up. I did that to somebody else before. I don't know, man. No, I know. You didn't make me mad, Doug. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. I'm just telling you it is a pet peeve of mine when people come in and ask me like so and so said this and what do you think about it? And it's just kind of like, what am I supposed to be, am I supposed to be creating division or unity within the community? And if you want unity, coming in and asking me what I think about what somebody else is saying is not the right thing to do. You want come up with that conclusion on your own. You can look at two charts and come up with whether or not you think it's right what he's saying. You don't have to have me do it. But and it's not just TWE. It could be anybody. It could be a legit like some of one of the some of the worst people who are on here who are putting out information on YouTube or wherever it is that they're putting information out. It doesn't matter who it is. It's just driving a wedge between the content creators. Yeah, I'm showing you something. I'm showing you how this algorithmic trading is almost landing the price. You take the same thing that occurred on Monday, you just flip and mirror it one day, and you get something within 75 cents of the closing price. It's about the same. Similar pattern, but not exactly the same. You do the same thing on this one. I think I only mirrored this one. I didn't flip and mirror, and come within less than 75 cents, like 50 cents from closing price. And then you take the same Monday pattern you post on a day. Well, let's see, do we hit? It's the same pattern over and over and over. And TWE does amazing work with some of his projector patterns, right? But and this is why some of his projector patterns work so well is the fact that he doesn't take. If you'll notice with some of these copy and paste here, I didn't enlarge these. I didn't shrink them. All I did was copy one section of price history and simply just either mirror it or flip it. I didn't change the numbers. And you can see there's differences. There's obvious differences in here, but then when you pull this out to like a different time scale, like I don't know, maybe we go to like an hour or something, and maybe it's really more difficult to see the changes, or maybe it's more difficult. I don't know. Uh, yeah, actually, it doesn't look nearly as good that way, but I thought maybe it might actually look more close to the same. I think it's probably because if I were to put the bar chart into a line pattern, they would probably look a lot more similar. Let's see if I can do that. Line. Maybe let's try something else. Let's try. I don't know. Bars, maybe? It's not going to work either. I don't know. But you can definitely see it though on the 1 minute. I really hope I'm wrong though. I really hope the price doesn't end up down here at 23 because I really want there to not be market manipulation in a way to where they follow the same kind of patterns on a daily basis. And it's this easy to figure out, like, okay, what are they going to do for today? It's just dumb. I'm not mad at you though, Doug. We're good, man. I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated seeing all the manipulation in the market. You're right. Ariel has an amazing piece of advice for me. All you can do, I've heard this so many times. I used to tell my kids this all the time, Ariel. You can't control how others are reacting, but you can control yourself. And you're right. You're 100% right. You can't control those individuals out there. However, by providing leadership, people hopefully will see the truth versus the conflict. And that's what I strive for so much, yo. But today I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated just a little bit here. Captain Awesome says, go back to Tuesday, undo the mirror, and just flip it and let me know what you think. Hold on a second. Tuesday, undo the mirror, and just flip it. Let's see. Nope. I don't. Well, I mean, the closing price is going to be the same, right? As long as I keep it, so it would be the same result. No, no, it's not. It's not going to work because I have to move this. to the opening price. So it's way off. If I move this to the opening price at the beginning, which is right here, then it ends up being a spread of 22.45 to 23.37. Let me write that down. 23.37. Excuse me. Doug, I love you, man. No homo. Don't be mad at me, man. I really do. And the frustration is not at you, I promise. Mirrored image, realigning the front end of this. I get 22.42 to 23.13. So that's an improvement by about 20 cents. And the pattern looks a little bit more similar, I think. But, whatever. We can agree to disagree, but I still feel like it's the same pattern over and over. It basically makes me go, oh, I thought we were going to start moving here, and that the hedge funds were being forced into perhaps starting to buy a whole bunch of, or not hedge funds, our brokers having to buy a bunch of shares. But it seems like they're more interested in getting the money out of the derivatives still, in contrast to creating a fair market. Yeah, I hear you, Doug. I'm a Professional says Casey needs to go to the school of Andrew Tate. I don't. Let me look him up because I feel like I've heard the name like several times before. And hold on a second. Let me just look up Andrew Tate and see who he is. Andrew Tate, American British former kickboxer. Basically, I need to go kick people's butts. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna assume that you mean that I need to go kick some butt. Bjork says, "Everyone, quick, give Casey advice." Casey, don't eat yellow snow. This is good advice. Dr. Zeno says, "What corruption in the market?" I'm pretty sure Thorblade is messing with you, Doug. I'm pretty sure he's messing with you. Roseanne says, I'll bet you're exhausted as well. Sign of frustration is fatigue. I'm really not that tired. I feel pretty good. I got some decent rest yesterday because I took a nap in the afternoon, and then I stayed up kind of late last night. But I had that nap, so it took care of that. But we just printed a TD9, guys, on the bottom side, and we are hitting a level of support at 24.23. Our current price is 24.19. We'll see if we break through this or not. It looks like we were touching the bottom side of this Bollinger Band, so we should return to the simple moving average before maybe testing down further again. But I would see a lot of this as being price movement that's going to cool off our RSI a little bit. Curtis says options suck on this play. They do, man. They really do. Don't wash your windows with pigeons on your roof. So we have these. I haven't. When I first moved to Texas, I'd never experienced these birds that they call grackles here. I don't know if that's the official name of the bird. I actually think it's called something else. Let me look it up and see. Because some of y'all might actually know what bird I'm talking about if I call it a grackle. You might not know what it is. Okay, well, I can't even pronounce the official name for it, but quisquala. It's a common grackle. All right, maybe there is no other name for it, but anyways, we have these birds here in Texas, and there are like tons of them. They're called grackles. It looks like a small crow. And they sound annoying as all can possibly be. I mean, not quite as bad as mm, if you've ever had a mockingbird that lives around your house, you know what I'm talking about, how annoying that is. It's just annoying on a much different level, especially since they travel in big groups. So imagine like just thousands of these birds traveling all over the place. And when I first moved here, it was hot in the summertime, so I tried to find a spot underneath a tree to park. There were no grackles in that tree when I went into the restaurant to go eat, but when I came out of the restaurant, my car was no longer black. My car was white, and it struck me as odd because I kind of thought like why is such a good spot really close to the entrance of I think it was Olive Garden that I went to. I was like, why is there such a good spot like right underneath a tree where the sunlight's this it was starting to sun was setting, so the sun was blocked from the tree and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, this is such an odd spot to not be full when the rest of the parking lot's full. So I parked right there, and yeah, um, that was a mistake. And let me tell you, that much bird crap on your car does not come off easily. Does not come off that easily. So I learned a lesson real quick here in Texas. You don't park underneath the trees unless you like car washes, paying for car washes. Hmm. One thing I try to avoid, Nikki, usually is creating votes that will cause people to have anxiety or tension. And if that vote goes in a direction where it's going to cause people to have more fear or doubt or uncertainty, I try to avoid those kind of votes. Because there's only two possible outcomes, right? Like one of the outcomes is going to be everybody's really feeling positive and everybody's going to feel more positive after seeing the results, or maybe not so much. And then people are going to start doubting. So I usually try to avoid those kind of votes because I don't know which way it's going to go. But I'm certainly not going to be trying to add to the amount of fear that's out there because I'm not afraid of it. But I would agree with you that there does seem to be a lot of fear about the ape. And let me tell you, the institutions are probably responsible for a lot of it. I know there's a lot of shilling going on right now, a lot of it. Hugh says, and I'm not saying your last part of your name. Hugh says, when it's freezing, don't hold your wiener against a lantern pole. That's probably pretty good advice. David Lauer says shorts are screwed at AMC price of $23.50. Oh my gosh, Sam. If you ever have a mockingbird, like I never understood the whole thing to kill a mockingbird. Like that never made any sense to me at all. I was like, who would write a dumb book about killing a mockingbird? Until I had my first mockingbird, and boy, I wanted to kill that son of a gun. I felt like Porky the Pig there for a second. That son of a gun. but yeah, son of a gun. I wanted to shoot that bird so bad. I really wanted to shoot him so bad. Casey, have you seen the videos of the guys on YouTube going to the seaside and feeding the seagulls laxatives? No, I have not seen that. It is very confusing, Nikki. I understand. If there's anything I can do to help create less confusion, I will try to do the best that I possibly can. So please ask questions. No, 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 no. Don't stay confused. Ask questions. That's one of those times where I wish I had gotten to the bottom of the reading section a little bit faster. There, there will never be a zombie apocalypse we can't survive because morticians wire their teeth shut and tie their shoelaces together. I thought zombies turn like really quickly. Did you just say ignore my question? Manjit, no, I did not say ignore your question, but I didn't even see your question. Let me look back up here. Casey, when the AMC squeeze, is it possible that Ape will squeeze as well? I would say, I would think so. I would think so, but I don't know that to be a fact. And sometimes I miss questions, guys, that just, when it's scrolling by, I have to try to in order for me to keep up, I have to scroll around a little bit, and sometimes questions gets missed. So don't think that it's because I'm trying to ignore you. Olin says there's always that one person in the group that doesn't tell you they've been bitten. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, Oland. I mean, that's probably the case. I've never understood that though. Like, why would somebody? Oh, because they don't want to get killed. They don't want to get shot, but they know they're going to turn anyways. I've never understood that. I've never understood that. You could at least tell everybody like, hey, can you just lock me in a room until after I've turned, so I don't have to, so I won't bite anybody, and then you don't have to kill me, but you can kill me after I turn. I don't know. Thorplated says, take a poll who wipes with the sit and lean method and who stands. Oh man, I would, but I don't know if I can. I don't know. I don't know if I want to know the answer to that. That's what I'm saying. EO says OBV not dropping. Let's take a look at it. Oops. Where's my daily? Yep, OBV is rising. There's a little bit of a dip there on the day that we started going down a little bit. What was that 2 days ago? A little bit of a dip, but it's rising pretty quickly though on that OBV, and it's at an all-time high. Almost. There's only been one other time where OBV has been this high, and that was back on 17th of June. OBV is at an all-time high. Isn't it funny how well, it's not really funny, it's frustrating, but isn't it frustrating how isn't it funny frustrating how we're doing well like compared to what we were doing maybe like a week ago, yet we're frustrated? Isn't that weird how that works out? Like it's very odd. It's very odd to me the psychological ramifications of what's happening to us. I think it's really, I mean, it'll be an interesting case study, I think, for maybe people in the future, seeing everything it is that we've gone through. Yeah, nobody pissed me off, guys. Some people are evil and think that if I'm going down, you are all going down, or if I can't have something, no one can. Yeah. Colby says, I have a question. So, other than the obvious people losing on options, how will this affect the AMC price? Is there still a squeeze spot? Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's not the problem. It's really just mainly our brokers are trying to collect on the derivatives. They probably need money, if I had to guess, and they're probably going to make a shiny penny off of what's going down, um, or they need to make money perhaps on the price movement over the last week and a half. Myself says I give up. Hugh was such a good name. it was pretty. It was pretty good. I was just didn't want to say it. I'm a professional says, if I got bit, I'm taking you all with me. Oh, OBV is rising. Shaw, explain that for the new people in here, you goober. All right, let's take a look at it. On balance volume. On balance volume is it's kind of an indicator that basically, well, actually, you know what? It's probably best if I just pull this up on Investopedia and just kind of read it off to you. Because I always do such a horrible job of trying to do the definition without looking it up. On balance volume is a technical trading momentum indicator that uses volume flow to predict changes in stock price. Grainville, the guy who invented it, believed that volume was the key force behind markets and designed OBV to project when major moves in the markets would occur based on volume changes. In his book, he described the predictions generated by OBV as a spring being wound tightly. He believed that when volume increases sharply without a significant change in the stock's price, the price will eventually jump up or fall downward. So, an interesting way that you can take this information is you can take a look, you can try and line up price so you can see the springing action of. Let me try to resize this just a tad bit. So you try to get OBV sized appropriately to a specific point in time. And so I'm trying to do it right now to the January run up, which actually that's not too bad right there. That's actually pretty good right there. So what I've got here is you've got the January run up right here, right? And you can see where volume was spiking with the January run up. You can see volume maintains, but price does a correction back down, while volume remains the same because people were holding. You've got the blue line. Actually, let me make this a little bit darker here. There we go. So what this means is that this is a spring. The spring is getting taut. Like as more time the price stays below the volume that's being held, it's going to have to eventually make a correction. So this is the springing portion of time in here, from January to June. All of a sudden you see this massive spring in price that launches well above where the volume goes to, and then price falls back down. I don't have this like perfectly lined up because usually when I do this just right, it touches. Yeah, it's close enough. But you can see volume falls back down, and basically corrects itself. Price corrects itself to where volume was at, and then it actually has a double spring, and then comes back down and has an overcorrection falling underneath where volume's at, springs back up again, and then comes back down, overcorrects, springs back up, corrects, and now you've got price running almost perfectly where volume is at, right here. And you see a little bit of a devaluing of price right here, and then a correction to come back up and meet up with volume. Then all of a sudden you see this like massive decrease in price that's occurred for quite a long time, and yet volume still remained roughly the same. Like people weren't buying and selling. If you look at how this formula works, it basically you have to have, in order for volume to fall, there's certain conditions that have to be met in order for you to know that there's a real sell-off here, and I can show you what that looks like with something like Netflix here in just a minute. Um, but essentially what you have here, though, is you have remaining balance, the balance of volume still holding. People are still holding through this. So very similar to what we had back here, where people were still holding, you end up getting this violent push to the top side on this. And so that's essentially what you're seeing here is you see holding volume. There is some falling volume in here, but not too much. For the most part, it's holding volume. Eventually what's going to happen is this is the spring period right in here, where price is going down, and eventually it's going to just launch up beyond and correct, make an overcorrection for where volume's at. And so that's kind of how you can look at this. And see this as an indicator that there's people aren't selling off. So the next question becomes is, well, what does it look like when a company actually has a real sell-off? What does OBV look like? And I can show you. I can give you an example of that. This is a real sell-off here. This volume, you can see where the on-balance volume is selling off during this period of time where Netflix dropped in price. The amount of people who were holding this stock from the past did in fact sell off as price was moving downwards, and you can see the massive change. I'm trying to remember which one was a really good one to show though. I'm trying to think of which stock it was. There was somebody in the comment section. I'll pull this back up over here if you list it, but somebody in the comment section throw up a ticker that like had like a massive, like the company just like pretty much went out of business. I'm trying to think of what it was. Ah, Salty Dog says, you mean you wish you did a better job explaining? I wish I did as good of a job as Investopedia does on remembering definitions. Thank you, Salty Dog. I appreciate that. Val. Okay, Val. Yeah, that's not. Let's look up Val. That's not a bad one to look up. I like that. Let's do that. Let's do that real quick. This is a good learning moment. I'm glad. Thank you guys for turning this into a learning moment, because I'd much rather talk about a learning moment than focus on some BS that the stock market's doing. All right. I'm gonna have to pull this back out quite a bit to get back to. I'm gonna have to put this on probably like the monthly to get back to. Let's see if I can get away with a weekly. Where are we at here? All right, this is 2008 right here. All right, so let's take a look at OBV. And again, this is what I'm going to try to do here is I'm going to try to line up the on balance volume and find like a set point from the past that's going to be a good reflection of to where volume. Basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to find the inverse side to the volume down here, and I'm trying to find like the first peak run up, and I'm trying to match up volume as best as I can to that period of time. So that's actually pretty decent. Yeah, that's pretty decent, I think. I might actually need to go down just a tad bit more. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. So you can see there's a bunch of volume buying in here. Here's your compression, your spring, compression, spring, price falling back down into a nice happy medium, compression, big compression on this, and massive spring, massive spring on this thing, lasting quite a long period of time, right? From June of 2008 until August of 2009, almost a year's worth of time passed through this period of massive price springing, right? And then you have an overcorrection, and then you have a slow melt upwards, bringing price right back into where it should be. A little bit of a compression right here with a spring, followed by a fall with more compression, and then another spring. And now price is falling right back into where it's actually pretty stable. It's pretty stable at this point right here. So this is, that's a good one. That was a good one to bring up so you can see where was the sell-off. Where was the sell-off on this one though? Where did you see the sell-off at? Because I don't see the sell-off in OBV here. It seems to me like somebody's been holding this thing pretty steady. I see a lot of price movement, but it seems like everybody's been holding on to this for quite a while. It's been pretty steady. What I want to see though, the ticker I want to see is I want to see where a company failed. Yep. Yucca Frida says they're still holding. Yeah, that's TradingView BC. John says, Casey, I just watched the ticker hardly move on 4 million volume on the 1 minute, and then 8 minutes later, boom. Kind of. Yeah, kind of. I appreciate it, Dr. Zeno. Thanks, man. It's time for us to look at the numbers, guys. I want you guys to come up. Enron. Netflix was one I just showed. Give me something different besides Enron. Give me another company that failed recently. More recent. Something more recent. Something where you've seen price just absolutely plunge off the face of the earth. Just for learning. Circuit City. That was a while ago. Hood. Hertz. Hood, Hertz. Those are good ones. Yeah. Yeah. Let's check that out. Let's do Hood. I like trashing on Hood. Sorry, Doug. Doug doesn't like it when I trash on Hood. But yeah, let's look at Hood. Yeah, let's see what's going on with that good old Robin Hood over here. Oh my gosh, guys. All right, you want to know what a real sell-off looks like? That's a great one. That's a great example of what a real sell-off looks like. Yep. You can't make this stuff up, guys. You want to know what OBV looks like when people sell off on a stock? That's what it looks like. That's that's real selling pressure right there. Like that is real legit loss of value. Yeah, Björk said it. I just repeated what he wrote. That is real loss of value. Massive loss of value. You want to know if Robinhood's not doing well? You can look at OBV and it pretty much tells you everything you need to know. You want to look at Hertz? Let's look at Hertz real quick. HRTZ. No. H Hertz. No, it was Car. Wasn't Car Hertz? No, that's Avis. Hertz. What is Hertz? HTZ. HTZ. So yeah, that one's tough to say, man. People are buying, and this isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. People are buying this. There's some compression going on here, but the problem is where are you going to get that springing action from? The springing's got to come from someplace, and the springing action is going to come likely from institutional buying. There's a lot of things that, again, I don't like, I'm only using this for instructional purposes. But you can see that there's some buying that's going on here. There's some definite buying pressure, but you're not seeing price move accordingly. And so I would suggest is that it may be an institutional thing. I don't know. I'm not. I haven't looked into it, but there may be several reasons why the compression's happening, and that's what you got to figure out. Why is there compression of price but no price discovery? What's causing that? So. Somebody said spies taking the dumpy dump. Nope, springing. Am I on a minute? Okay. Oh, where does this Yeah, this looks like it would be about the time that it would start heading up in price. Wouldn't you know? I'm gonna go crazy over this. I'm gonna go crazy over this today. I know I am. All right. Price shout out to the listeners. We're currently at oops. We're currently at 2440. Volume at 46.56. It's time to take a look at our numbers anyways. I'm running a little bit late on this. So let me get into those numbers here, guys. And I know I haven't answered any questions in here recently, so just hold those thoughts for a little bit while I log in to the broker and give you guys these numbers because I got to get to break. I haven't been to break yet, and I'm gonna end up being late to this break too. So, two-factor authentication, you may want to consider using that. That might help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. Now's a good time to test it out, see if you like it. Let's see here. Starting with off exchange, an hour ago was 55.68 and 13.14 in the EDGX. Hold on a second, guys. I love you. See you later. All right, we got currently at 55.93. Ooh, I like the perfume. I like the perfume you got on today. It smells good. 55.93 and 12.27 for a grand total of 68.2% of our total volume going through the off exchange and those two specific off exchanges. It's high, but not as high as it was yesterday, which was just a little over 70%. Taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 7.55 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. It is now 5.23, which is a drop. That drop is going to have a decreasing effect on estimated short share interest of the free float down to 18.08%. Cost of borrow average is at 8.63, max is at 11.08, and min is at 7.94. Shares on loan currently at 132.34, which is about 5.5 million shares more than it was day over day, with about 2 million of that being in short interest that I'm estimating. Taking a look at the options. At a $25 strike price, An hour ago, there was 28.1 thousand contracts. There's now 36.2. On the puts, an hour ago at a $21 strike price, there was 11.9 thousand contracts. There's now 12.4. Giving us a 3-to-1 ratio on calls versus puts. Market still signaling for a closing price between 21 and 25. I'm thinking it's going to be somewhere around 20. What did I say? 23.40? 23.40, I think. I'm estimating it might be 50 cents lower. So 20. I'm gonna say somewhere around 23. I think that's what I'm estimating. Give or take $1. How's that? Actually, I'm gonna say give or take 50 cents. $23, give or take 50 cents. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC's in 5th with 52% buys to 48% sales. And GME's coming in at 30th. An hour ago, they had fallen off the top 30 list. They're now in 30th with a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. They probably have some pretty low volume today. SSR trips at $21.30 for the day-to-day. In the last hour, only returns on shares seen. Fees are at 6.3%. We currently have 140,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 66.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 95.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 8.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.06, Dow Jones is up 0.51, S&P 500 is up 0.35. We currently have 4,362 advancers to 2,444 decliners. The VIX is up 3.75, VTI is up 0.41, IWD is up 0.78, Tesla is down 1.59, Amazon down 0.73, Cinemark is down 0.23, Doge is up 0.71, Bitcoin is up 1.62, GME is down 2.44. HYMC is up basically 1%. Hood is up 1.04. NCMI is down 1.87, and AMC is up 3.53. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have $48 million more in inflow than outflow, with 47 million shares having been traded after almost halfway through the day. 173 minutes of trading so far. Putting us on pace for 106 million shares traded by the end of the day. That's our pace, and I projected somewhere between 50 and 70 million by the end of the day. So I'm a little bit on the bottom side here, but I have a feeling I'll end up being low, but maybe not too far off. It might be somewhere around like 80, 85. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.38. You know, I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, like, I'm so bummed out when I miss, because I give myself a $20 million or 20 million share range in volume, and I'm so bummed out when I miss like by 10 million. But legitimately, like, I'll go from one day of predicting volume to being at like I don't know, 40 to 60, and then the next day to 108, 170 to 100, 200, and I still miss like 20 or 30 million by 20, or or maybe 30 million. I don't even think I missed by that much. But and I'm upset with myself, and I predict this before the day even starts trading. I'm tough on myself, guys. I am really, really, really tough on myself. I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, like, that is actually quite the feat. To know what volume is. I don't know of anybody else who does volume predictions before market opens. I'm really, really tough on myself. I don't give myself enough credit. I'm patting myself on the back. Yep. I just gave myself a pat. It's not a bad job, Casey. Not a bad job. You're doing all right. There's more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI. I'm my worst own critic, guys. I'm really my worst own critic. I'm always hard on myself because I don't care if I beat other people in a race. I care if I beat myself. I want to win. More buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator on the weekly, with RSI at 63.37 being above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.79, signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.64, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.43, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.59, which is just slightly below average. I hope my mom's listening. She's like, "Yeah, you are hard on yourself." She's told me that before. I've got close confidants like Salty Dog who's looking out for me, saying, "Yeah, you're hard on yourself. You need to be easier on yourself. Say better words." Uh, and he's helping me. He's helping me to be a better person. Keto retracted a message. No idea what he said. I'm going to take a break here, guys, in about 3 minutes. Beach Guy says, wouldn't it be awesome to see Kenny? I don't actually wish any ill will on good old Gazerbeam Gary. But or actually, I probably shouldn't say I wish ill will on anybody. KG, on the other hand, just kidding. That would be something else. Their car broke down in the hood. I beat myself. Sometimes I'm really hard on myself. I'm reading what you guys are saying. Tom D says, Casey, pat yourself on the back and take a day off in 2 weeks. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Can I keep saying that every day? Yo says, take a break. Myself says, I feel oppressed. All right, let's see where we're going to go here, guys. I don't know. Quite honestly, if I just pull up this chart over here and slap this bad boy down, be like, all right, guess what, guys? We're probably rising up to, I don't know, maybe let's see, I'm going to be gone for 40 minutes here. So 12:30 to Eastern Standard Time to 1:10 would put us, let's see if we can get this. Let's see how close we can get this right here. So if we guesstimate the same distance down, or maybe just slightly lower, let's say that when I get back, we're going to be at 25. Let's see if we can predict that. This is going to be stupid. Where's 25 at? 25. I'm going to put like the smallest of small boxes. 25. Let's see if we can hit that. Wouldn't that be something? I think I've got this too far down. Yeah, I do. Right there. That should be pretty close. Let's see if we can hit that box right there. When I get back, that should be like right back when I come back from break. We'll be right in the middle of that box. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, Yucca Frida says I'd hit that. Michael says, duly noted, Casey, it only matters what you say after you're wrong. You are a good example for your kid. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. All right. Gonna head to break here, guys. So I will see you back at 12:10 my time, CST. Let me put my message up here. That has to be like the smallest box I have ever created. It is the most awesome box that has ever been created. He's losing it, guys. He's losing it. Nah, I'm good. All right. See you guys in a little less than 40 minutes.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
clipped the box, didn't quite hit it exactly right on, did it? The chance that it would even come close to touching the box after 40 minutes were pretty small. There's a 4-minute window with a price range of $0.09. No, 10 cents. 4-minute window to hit a 10 cent price range. And it actually did hit it for a mere fraction of a minute. Two minutes, really. 1308 and 1309 hit it, and then it dropped out underneath of it. $0.10 for a 4-minute window. Let's try another one. Let's try oops. Let's try something out here around 1339. Let's try another 4-minute window with 10-minute box. Same price as where we're at right now. At 1339 or 1340. Same exact price. 1284. What time did I say? 1340. Let's try an even smaller box. This box is 3 minutes. And 3 cents. I think I got the time right on this. Hold on a second, let me look at the time again. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. All right. Alrighty, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Excuse me, sorry, I didn't mean to cough in your ears. Let's see here. I can't wait for toast later on today. Take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not reading what you guys are writing right now. Logging in. Two-factor authentication. By the way, I sent a message to Nikki. I think she just had to take off at the time. But she's definitely frustrated with wondering what's going on. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you might want to consider getting it. It could help keep or prevent somebody from being in your account that shouldn't be in your account. Price is at $25.01. I just started looking at the page that you guys are seeing right now, seeing myself, and I was like, "Damn, that beard!" It's gonna be nice getting rid of this thing eventually here. Price prediction tally points. No, we're not doing that. We're doing off exchange. Off exchange, 55.93 and 12.27 as of an hour ago. Let's see what they are now. 56.32 plus 12.14. Grand total between those two exchanges, we've got about 68.46% of our total volume going through there. Ortex, as of an hour ago, is reporting 5.23 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That number is refreshing. And eventually I'll get you guys some numbers here. I need a good topic today. Something fun to talk about. All right, we went from 5.23 million an hour ago to 5.34. That's not really going to have too much of an effect on or impact on estimated short share interest of the free float, which is currently at 18.06%. Cost per hour average at 8.62, max is at 11.08, min at 7.94. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 132.34, which is an increase of 5.5 million day over day, and I'm estimating about 2 million shares of that was short interest. Taking a look at options chain. Wow. Somebody has massively loaded up on the options chain. I don't know if you guys are seeing this. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, you guys are seeing it. Look at that call side. Look at the amount of volume that has shown up over here at 25 and greater. Stacked. It is stacked over the last hour. Massive amounts of volume. Highest amount of it is at a $25 strike price. It went from 36.2 to 40.9. And there's a lot of volume there. At a $21 strike price on the puts, an hour ago there was 12.4 thousand contracts. There's now 12.6. It looks like maybe before the end of the day that $24 might actually beat it out in volume. But as far as the call side on the call side of the options, I don't think the volume is going to beat out the 25 strike. So we almost have a 4-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts with a spread of 21 to 25. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 5th with 53% buys and 47% sales. GME's been struggling with volume. I don't know why. They're not in the top 30 though. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $21.30. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did increase to some amount. Looks like they borrowed an additional 50,000 a little bit ago. I don't recall recording. Yeah, I did record that. So it looks like another 50,000 shares maybe in the last hour. Yeah. I don't know if I. Let's see. 13 would be 1 Eastern. 12. I don't think I recorded this other amount over here. I think there's an additional 100,000 shares having been borrowed. No, I did count it. 1.15 million shares, according to Stonko Tracker, having been borrowed so far for the day today. 115.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 90.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 100.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.29, Dow Jones is up 0.72, and the S&P 500 is up 0.63. We have 4,557 advancers to 2,253 decliners. The VIX is up 1.98, VTI is up 0.69, IWD is up 1.07, Tesla down 1.25, Amazon down 0.48, Cinemark is up 0.5, Doge is up 0.86, Bitcoin is, excuse me, I ate a peanut butter and honey sandwich for lunch, and it's still dry. Bitcoin is up 1.76. GME is down 1.73. HYMC is up 1% roughly. Hood is up 2.03. NCMI is down 0.63, and AMC is up 6.88. And we're getting a big run here. I really hope this box is wrong right now because we're getting a nice little run up here. Volatility is super, super wide right now. We are currently at 25.30 with 52 million rather shares traded so far for the day today. Total amount of inflow versus outflow, we have $47 million more of inflow than outflow for the day today. 52.94 million shares having been traded. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. 239 minutes into trading. Puts us on a pace for about 86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested volume might be somewhere between 50 and 70 million. We're already over the 50 million portion and over halfway through the day. I might actually hit today, guys. Wouldn't have thought so based off of volume based off of this morning's, but I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's going to be close. Closer than I would have thought. On the weekly, buying pressure versus selling pressure on the Vortex indicator is showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with a huge divergence of those two indicators. We currently have 64.29 is RSI, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 76.95, signaling overbought. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.41, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.72, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.21, which is above average. We did print a TD9 there, but price still moving upwards. We're at 25.35. 53.19 million shares having been traded. We're reaching 25.40, which is a level of resistance, and it's attempting to break through that right now. What do I have for price prediction? Oh yeah, I like my price prediction right now. I forgot to take down the message. I see people putting in values for reverse repo. I don't even remember what I had down yesterday. Hold on a second. Let me look at yesterday's numbers. They were oh, I have the ninths written down. I think it was like 2 point. I don't know. I'm just gonna say 2.176. 2.176. Reverse repo is coming down. Let's see. Did I don't see Thick's numbers yet, so maybe he'll report them here in a minute. Yoka Free said, Casey said dry. I don't know what to call it. What do you call it when when you got peanut butter leftover mouth? Don't you get dirty with me. But what do you call that? What do you call it? I don't call it sticky mouth. Another another Hugh Anus. Hugh Janus says, just draw some rockets on the chart. TA Hertz. Hugh Janus. You make me laugh. Hey Casey, can you reshare real quick the breaking news? I missed it. I can backtrack, but I got no idea what I got it wrong. So I was asked to talk about the AMC one options that were being opened up by OCC. They're pretty much just a settlement queue. I did get something wrong about that. I was talking about, perhaps that it was the 95.5 was going to be 95 shares for every one contract. There's 100 shares. And I was thinking that maybe there was going to be like 95 shares of AMC to 5 shares of Ape, and that's not the case at all. It has no bearing on it whatsoever. It should be 50-50. But it's basically just the cat zone. You're welcome. It's basically just a settlement. Basically everything by all positions that close after the 19th will be going into the AMC 1 for options as a settlement queue, so that new AMC options that are opened for AMC will be separate. And that won't be traded. Yucca Frida says, Casey, memory foam mattress or spring mattress? If you're asking me which one I have versus which one I prefer, uh, I have a spring mattress, but I prefer Sleep Number, which is air. I swear by those. Although reverse repo is 2.199. Oh, it went up. It went up. Huh. All right. It's not going down, I guess. It's just kind of hovering. What I'll say is this: if you ever get a Sleep Number bed, give it a month to find your right number. And if they give you suggestions on how to figure out what the right number is for you for Sleep Number bed, make sure you listen to them. Don't just try to do it your own way. Because I'll tell you right now that hands down, that's probably the most uncomfortable period of sleeping in my entire life I've ever had, was trying to figure out my sleep number and being wrong. Captain Awesome says, Casey, it's the same as choking on your own spit, just failing at being alive for a minute. All right. Ew, gross, BioLife hemp. Gross. BioLife Hemp says it's easy to get rid of stuck peanut butter in your mouth. Let your dog lick it out. Better your mouth than your nut. That's actually something. That's actually something they should do on Jackass. That'd be a Jackass thing right there. Is that a good or bad? Is that good or bad, Casey? It's not. It's that I was wrong. It's neither. It's neither. It's bad that I was wrong. I probably should have waited some more to try and get some more expertise level looking at the data, and instead of just opening my big mouth like I tell people not to do. Will options split 2 for 1? That's the understanding that I'm having right now. Roseanne says, "There goes your advertisement revenue, Casey." Yeah, all that advertisement revenue I get. Curtis says, don't knock it till you try it." That just sounds. Oh, that sounds so gross. That's so gross. The mental images. I feel bad for the people who are just listening right now because they probably have some images going. I can't even imagine having peanut butter on my beard and have my dog lick my beard. That's so gross. That would be even worse. Who paid me $100 to go do that? Have my dog lick my lick my peanut butter out of my beard. I'm gonna pimp myself out for $100 to watch my dog lick peanut butter out of my beard. So gross. That is so gross. So nasty. Point Break says the teabag images from the other day aren't much better. Pro Jeweler's like, that's 4 shares of AMC. That's what I'm saying. Because you turn those 4 shares of AMC into like crazy amounts of money. Yo says the one time at band camp. Wait. Is the option info on Ape Hood or bad TU? Wait. I'm so confused by what you're saying. They're bad. I'm not sure what that means. TU. What's the TU? Roseanne says, "Oh my God, I'm hysterical." You can assist your dog lick the peanut butter out of your beer. Ugh, oh man, that's so gross. That is so gross. Oh, you guys take it like the extra. Like I think I take it too far, but myself, you really know how to kill the dead horse. That is. You guys are like, I can't even eat my lunch now. One peanut butter party. Oh God, I'm gonna cough. Hold on a second. That was really funny. One peanut butter party. Ape option information, good or bad? Okay, yeah, so it's not bad and it's not good. It's neither. It's just a settlement location for any option contracts are supposed to settle after the 19th. But we still don't have any information on any options that are being created for Ape yet. Nothing's been filed. Myself, I don't doubt you, but please don't. Myself says, Casey, I could make it even. I know you could. I believe you, man. I seriously and honestly believe you could make it worse. what makes me really laugh, Harry, is that your name is Harry Nutsacks, and then you're sitting saying the sophistication of this chat amazes me. That cracks me up, man. So we saw. I'm kind of curious. Let me look at something real quick here. So, and I didn't take this into account. We're crossing over here. This is about the point. Hold on a second. I got cough again. This is about the point right here where I thought we would, see price here in a little bit, but instead price started rising up above the pattern. And I'm kind of curious to see if this point right here is the same point yesterday where we started to deviate away at the same time. So let's call it the deviation from the chart pattern about 1315. Let's see at 1315 was where it started to deviate away from yesterday. Well, there was two times. There was two times where it really kind of, one was earlier in the morning and the other time was probably closest to, oh man, these like almost line up perfectly if I slide it over. Oh wait, shoot, I gotta put this back. Hold on. All right, where was the deviation? The deviation was probably right here. So maybe like 1430. So not the same times. Let's see about the day before that. 1345. What was today's? Was it 1345? No, 1315. Interesting. Yeah, well, I didn't get that box right either. I mean, this box was at least had some touching points. This one's not even going to be close. Mud wrestling out, peanut butter wrestling in. You guys never answer. I think I asked this question yesterday. I don't think I remember hearing anybody. Hold on, I'm going to put this as a poll. All right, I'm gonna ask you guys. You guys want Elmo to come onto the show? Caitlin says knock knock. Who's there? Mod says cut it and invert it. Yeah, Elmo from Sesame Street. How many people want us to have Elmo come on the show? Who's Elmo? Come on, guys. I mean, okay, maybe you're from another country or something, but Elmo is from Sesame Street. Come on, guys. You know who Elmo is. Jason, good to see you, man. You guys know who Elmo is. I don't. Come on, you're not fooling me. Elmo's a junkie, so no. This is crazy. Come on, y'all. You know who. I know that Elmo. I thought it might be a stream. No, no, no. This is Elmo. How many of you guys want to have Elmo hear Elmo come on the stream? I'm pretty sure I could ask him to come on. I don't know if he will or not. He said he would. I think he said he would. I'm pretty sure he said he would. Why would Elmo come to the show, Casey? Creepy. No, it's actually really funny. He actually joins in a lot of the space calls on Twitter, and he actually is very as a monster. He really knows a lot about what's going on with the AMC stock, and this is not cosplay kink. It is not cosplay kink, but I mean, I guess it could be if you wanted it to be. But I don't know. Manjit says Elmo from Sesame Street, not Elmo from Space Call. That one gave me a headache. Marlene, I'm telling you, it's like when you hear Elmo from the Space Call, you'll laugh your ass off. He's really funny, super super funny. Casey's getting weird, guys. It's working. It's just as long as it's not the tickle me version. No, no, no tickling. You know what? It's a Mo's asking how many shares of AMC does Elmo own. We could ask Elmo, but I think that's kind of rude. I typically don't like asking. Marlene says bring Elmo. I mean, 77% of you are saying bring Elmo on, so those are some pretty good numbers. Brian, no, it is not mediocre trader dresses Elmo, but I'm gonna let him know you said that. Yo says, I see, so the free Wi-Fi ain't enough. You got to bring Elmo in to lure folks into the van. That's so bad. All right. Well, I'll probably have to get rid of the van. Just I'll ban the van for bringing Elmo on, just so it doesn't have like some weird like I don't know, whatever. I actually wanted to do a bit with Elmo where I would act like Butthead, and then Elmo can be Elmo, and then have like a Butthead and Elmo moment together, which I thought would be really kind of funny. But I mean, why not, right? Can you ask Elmo to have a few before coming on? Absolutely. Please answer my question, Beach Guy says. What's dude's name again you had on that one Friday used to be on Astros? That's Keith. And I can give you his. I think I can give you his Twitter account ID so that if you want to contact him, you can or find him. I think he's like Keith the Short Killer, something rather. Let me look it up. Hold on a second. I gotta find him again here. I don't know why I always try to find people in my list when I could just type it in. It's like Casey, just go the easy route. March 2nd. Okay, here we go. I think this is the most recent account of his. I'll post his Twitter account here for you. He just goes by Keith. He's got a couple different accounts that he's had to have over time, but he's got his current one's Keith Indicator. Roseanne says, I'm Elmo's agent. Talk to me first. Okay. How about you call, or my people call your people? Oh man, you know what? I want Hot Koch on here so bad. I want to get him. I want to get him on this. I want to get him on this live stream so bad and interview him. I really want to get him on here. It's like probably out of all the people I could possibly get in the whole wide world, Hot Koch is probably probably, probably one of the most and I think it would enjoyable interviews I think I could possibly have. And you know what the terrible thing is that I would try to be relaxed if I could, but it would be I would probably not feel relaxed. You're welcome, beach guy. Yo says I liked it when Astrid had Morgan Freeman on. Yep, Keith is I think the first time that anybody ever discovered Keith was when he was first on Astro's stream a while back. What are you asking, Caitlin? Can you look at GME chart price dropped all into red? Yeah, it's down 1.23%. If we get rid of the Bollinger Bands, maybe we can see a little bit better. Kind of struggling a little bit here this morning. But their volume is low. Their average 3-month volume is 13.42. Look at their volume right now, 3.78. Their volume is super, super low. Their order book looks really odd. Do you see this 6,200 order right here, guys? This buy order at $39.98. Let me show you how this brings down price. Somebody's got a 6,000 order here for $39.98. If they just bought from the buying side of this, they would buy 6,000 shares would buy up the asks or the ask side all the way up to probably like almost $41. The price of this stock could rise by a full dollar in a very short period of time if they just issued this order, the 6,000 share order at $39.98 to be a buy the ask, a market buy, right? Like this is like Hoover's got this 6,000 share order in here for a limit of $39.98 that's acting as a buy wall. It's ridiculous. It'd be much better to put the 6,000 in for ask side and drive the price up, because if you start adding up the ask side over here, you can see that the price would be, if you add up all these numbers over here on the ask side, it would launch it well over a dollar. This is the problem. This is like the main problem that we have within our amongst us as retail. We're not buying the lit market. Like this 6,000 limit order here, this is no good. This is helping to drive price down. It helps. It doesn't help. Yes, slap that ask. Don't do limit low bids to try and help drive price up. That just helps drive the price down. Now it's broken 39.98. It finally broke that. Now it's going to just go lower. It's just not going to help. I would never in a million years would I make fun of it. No, I could not do that. I would never ever. I don't crack jokes like that. Uh, I don't make fun of people's how they look. Not in front of their face. Not in front. Just behind their backs. No, I don't know. No, I wouldn't do that. That's not cool. Yeah, Jordan. Yeah. He's been kicked out of several places for saying things he shouldn't say. So yeah. I know. Yep. Cat Zone, it is. It's called a Brave Bull is the real name of the drink, and we renamed it to the Adventurous Ape because why not? Because it sounds cool, and it is really indeed 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot of Kahlua. It's really good. Just make sure if you do it, Cat Zone, make sure you get a good tequila. Don't get yourself like I don't know. Don't get something that you would shot, like a tequila you would shot, not like because I've got like Raspado. Uh, shoot, I can't remember what it's called, but I have some good. I have some good stuff. Drink the good stuff. Don't drink the crap tequila. Pica Toro. Toro. I don't know who that is. Yucca Frida. Those are DP matched orders. Yeah, I know what they are, Einstein, but I'm just I'm trying to make a point though. I want people to understand why that helps to drive the price down. But I don't disagree. There goes his interview on Kramer. Wait. Honestly, you have to cover this when you guys get together in the eve. Drill at home, need a PowerPoint presentation. Oh, okay. Roseanne, I think I see what you're saying. Like we need to like come up with something in advance. I gotcha. Yeah. I just wanted to run it by you guys first, and if you guys want me to bring them on, I'll bring them on, and uh, and I'll contact them and make sure we talk about it first. I wouldn't just bring them on and wing it. Caitlin says, I wonder if AMC sold any NCMI when it was up high. Yes, Christian's not wrong. Patron and Don Julio, some good agave tequilas. Or Salsa. Brian's saying Pepe Sanchez bottom shelf tea. Salsa's not any good either. I wouldn't even use Jorge Cuervo Gold. I wouldn't even use that for an adventurous ape. I think you need better tequila than that. Arguably, majority of retail are not well informed. Only a small fraction of retail are really clued in and trying to inform themselves. I agree. Can I look at NCMI ownership by institutions? Yeah. Let's check it out. NCMI institutional ownership at 55.14%. No, Marlene, I gotta wait. I gotta wait until I gotta get everything approved first. I gotta go through the right parties to get Elmo on here. So my people gotta contact his people. Sam says I wanted to hear you on the space call, but turned it off because of Elmo. I think Elmo's a crap. I love. Okay, well, maybe I'll just keep Elmo on for just a short period of time, you know, maybe a couple like 10, 15 minutes. Yucca Frida's saying he's Beavis. Any institutions like Vanguard, BlackRock, or State Street? Let's see. Yes. Hold on a second. BlackRock holds approximately 4.2 million. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. This can't be the right thing. Am I looking at the right thing? What the heck? Hold on a second. NCMI. Oh, okay. I got it. Yeah. Sort. Dang it. Give me a second here. Huh. One of the largest holders is Standard General. BlackRock is like the third largest holder. Wasatch Advisors is second. Then you got Vanguard's in there. Vanguard's actually got an ETF fund that's got quite a few as well. BlackRock's IWM holds quite a few for their Russell 2000 ETF. State Street Corp is in the top 10. Brookstone also. There's quite a few in there. I actually don't remember. I don't know how they got the shares for free, Caitlin. I really didn't dig too deep into that. I'm not sure. Tomas says, Casey, please try copying the candlesticks from June, run about 1 to 2 months before and apply to existing chart. Looks insanely similar. I'm going to assume that you want that on the daily. Let's take a look at it. We're following the trend here, guys, quite nicely. I mean, we did have the divergence like right here, where it's like decided to run up faster than what the chart recommended, but it's falling with the chart right now, so it might be mostly down run here for the rest of the day today. But let's take a look at the daily chart here. Quite frankly, I don't think we have anything similar happening right now in regards to price movement. You said 1 to 2 months. Unfortunately, because I've got some of these in here, and I always forget how to pull this hold on a second. Why is this not showing? Oh, where is it? I'm so bad. I need to get better about this. I need to get better. There's a place where you can hide certain things that you've drawn up on the screen before, and I can't find it because otherwise I hide everything or I don't hide everything. But yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying as far as it running here. Let me see if I can pull this to the side just a tad bit, and maybe I'll just delete these. I can recreate them. Very familiar. You got your 3-day run up. You have your SSR trip, 1, 2, 3 days or so. Like perhaps maybe we see like a rundown here in the next day, perhaps. You get a nice little pullback. You trip SSR, and then 3 days later, 1, 2, 3, you start runs. Could be. Very well could be. Yeah, watch for SSR to trip in like the next day. YouTube's shorting me. Let me check and see if let me see if there's anything I can do about it. Nothing I can do. Roseanne says, price will go down, but no worries. We know what is coming. I picture fund managers on desks screaming at their employee to find a way to get around Adam Aaron. Brilliant moves, but not going to happen. Lots of crying going on. Invest in Kleenex and Band-Aid companies. Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud. Oh, man, Roseanne. You're probably not wrong. No, I see it, Thomas. Tomas. I'm not sure if it's Tomas or Thomas. But yeah, I know I see it. I see it. You don't gotta. I see what you're saying. Beach guy says, how come when the price of groceries goes up, it feels like you're buying more often than normal? Is that just because you're more conscious of it? Asking for a friend. Um, Probably. I mean, it's having more of an impact on your total income, so you're probably seeing it out of your pocketbook a lot more. No, actually, at this point, Jana, like tripping SSR is really kind of like, I think it's kind of like a necessity for them. I've never, it applies more pressure than usual, but there's already a lot of pressure being applied. I don't think it matters one way or the other. Bill says, I think our brokers are going to be the ones who will be crying more so than the hedgies. I don't know. I mean, it's possible, Bill. You might be right. I don't know. We'll see. You're from Poland? Welcome to the channel. We've got a lot of people from all over the world here, and it's pretty cool. Faker than wrestling, don't tell Pantheon. Wait a minute. All right. So I used to have a friend a long, long time ago. He was a supervisor at the plant I worked at, but he wasn't my direct supervisor. And he invited me over for a poker night at his house, and we all got there, and he had wrestling playing in the background. And I'm talking, this is back in like 19, when was this? It might have been like early 2000, like maybe 1999, 2000, right around that range, right? And so he had, this is like back in the day when it was, I think WWF had just turned into WWE, or I don't know, something. They had just gone through like some kind of name change or something, right? And so he had it playing he had a pay-per-view fight going on in the background as we were there showing up for poker. And so I said to him, I said, "Hey man, you might turn it to something that's like actually worth watching. Something that's he goes, what do you mean not worth watching or worth watching?" And I said, "Well, something that's not fake." Oh man. Oh man, I have never seen a grown man act like a baby before. So much. Oh man, this guy. I mean, he's like, we're talking like a white collar kind of guy here. He just starts acting like a big old baby, and he's like, dude, he gets all, "What are you talking about? It's not, it's fake. Oh, this is the realest thing you can get. This is real fighting right here." I'm like, dude, this is like so fake, it's not even funny. he's, he's like, "Get out of my house. I don't even want you here if you're gonna talk like that." I was like, oh my god, whatever. He was so dedicated, so dedicated. It was the first time I have ever experienced something like that, like a real, true, hardcore WrestleMania fan, going like actually being angry over wrestling. I was like, I mean, it was so weird, guys. It was so weird. I've never experienced. He's still my friend, but I mean, I just like I knew I could never talk about wrestling like that in front of him again, though. 19th. The 19th is the last day. Great story. I'm telling you guys, like legit, like I've never seen people that are like so hardcore into wrestling. Like it's almost uncalled for. I mean, I was joking earlier about Dallas Cowboy fans and Pittsburgh Steeler fans, but they ain't got nothing on true hardcore wrestling fans. At least not back from the early 2000s. It's probably different now, but yeah, that was his purpose. He liked his wrestling. Stupidest thing I've ever seen. I, like you can tell it's fake. It's just so bad. It's so bad. I can't watch it. It's like, to me, it's like watching you guys, you're gonna hate me. Here we go. To me, watching wrestling is like going and watching a musical because the acting is so bad and nobody freaking sings in life when they're getting crapped on. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are two things I just can't do. I can't watch a wrestling match, and I can't watch a musical. Like, I just can't do it. Like, nobody does that stuff in real life. Don't hate me. Don't hate me, but it's true. Nobody breaks out in song. People don't just break out in song all over the place and have perfect voices and have over the top acting. It doesn't happen. Oh man. I don't know. Watch golf. Oh man. Oh man. I better start doing the numbers because uh-oh, hold on a second here. I'm getting called by my wife. Be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Wife was calling me. Had to answer that. Let's see here. JP, how's it going, man? Pro Jeweler's like, wait, wrestling is fake. All right. Let's see. Buddy of mine had the best quote. And if somebody asks him if he watches wrestling, he says, "No, I have an education." Wasted in America. Sandy says, "Casey, I'm watching you." Look, all right, I'll say this. Wasted in America, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you, I actually there are two musicals that I have enjoyed in my entire life. I'm gonna admit to it. There are two musicals, and I will only admit to one of the two that I like it. The other one I will never ever in a million years admit that I actually like it. But I will say the only one musical that I have ever watched, and let me tell you, it's like pulling teeth trying to get me into a musical. The only musical I have ever seen, and it's the made for TV version or movie or whatever you want to call it, was Moulin Rouge. That's the only one. The only one I have ever been able to sit through and actually like legitimately enjoy. That was the only one. Everything else, crap. Every single one of them, except for one other. But I'll never admit which one it is. Alrighty. No, it's not Little Shop. You guys, you're gonna guess and guess and guess, and you'll never guess what it is. But it's not Little Shop of. Oh, that one was, by the way, was so bad. I've never been able. I've seen Little Shops of Hoarders probably 20 times in my lifetime, and never, ever have I been able to make it through it. Ever. I have to bail before I can even get to the plant of full size growth. So bad. It's so bad. Rick Moranis, I love the dude. I love the dude, and he's a great actor. I see him doing a musical like that, and I have to stop watching. It just hurts me. It hurts me. It's painful. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to. Sorry, my wife's texting me now. You may want to get it. It may help you. It may help keep you from having somebody. I can't multitask. It may keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. Let's take a look at these numbers here. If you don't like it, I mean, now is a great time to try two-factor authentication on your account. And if you don't like it, get rid of it. You know, but at least you tried it, and it's better to try things out now than waiting for MOASS and then something potentially bad happening and you being panicked over life-changing money. All right, what do we got for off exchange? Off exchange, we got 56.32 and 12.14 as of the last hour. The new values are coming in at 57.21 through the off exchange and 12.06 through the EDGX, which is a total of 69. Nice, 0.27. Having gone through those two exchanges, it's a pretty high number. And now, as of an hour ago, there was 5.34 million shares having been borrowed. Oh my gosh, guys. Wow. It's 10.1 million. I don't think I've ever seen double digits. Wow. 10.1 million shares borrowed in a single. I don't think I've ever seen double digits before on borrowed change amount. That is really, really high. Okay, well, that's going to have the effect of raising the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.37%. Cost to borrow average is at 8.51, max is at 11.08, and min is at 7.94. Total amount of shares on loan today is 132.34, which is day over day up by 5.5 million shares, 2 million of which is I'm estimating to be short interest. Man, that is a lot of shares being borrowed for the day to day. That is massive. I used to say a long time ago, anything over 3 million. And when usually it tends to mean that it doesn't matter if they were returned or borrowed, you ended up seeing a big plus day. That's 10 million. I don't know what's about to happen, but that's a lot. Taking a look at the options, at a $25 strike price, an hour ago, there was 40.9 thousand contracts. There's now 46.2. And on the puts at a $24 strike price, no, sorry, $21 strike price an hour. There's 12.6 thousand contracts. There's now 13.4. I'm almost positive within the next hour we'll see the $24 strikes for the puts in volume overtake the $21 puts in volume, meaning a closing price somewhere between, market would be suggesting closing price should be somewhere between 24 and 25 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in the top 5 with 52% buys to 48% sales. GME is in 27th. They're improving on their volume with 59% buys to 41% sales. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $21.30. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they have returned some more shares. That's not bearish. It's actually bullish to see them return short interest. It means they know price is going upwards. More than likely that's short interest, but not necessarily. It doesn't have to be. Fees are at 6.3%. Currently we have, skip way on. Currently we have 115.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 90.7 thousand contracts in the money. 100.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.29. Dow Jones is up 0.37. The S&P 500 is up 0.21. We currently have 4,316 advancers to 2,528 decliners. The VIX is up 4.1, showing a lot of volatility. It probably means the SPY is down. It's not, though. It's up 0.25. Let's see if it's down from. Oh yeah, it's taking a dip here. VTI is up 0.28, IWD is up 0.78, Tesla is down 1.71, Amazon down 1.56, Cinemark is up 0.87, Doge is down 0.49, Bitcoin is up 0.71, GME is down 1.13. That I'm going to go back to Bitcoin for just a second. That break across 24.8 that we needed didn't last in order to see a bull run on Bitcoin. GME is down 1.11, HYMC is up 0.03, Hood is up 0.52, NCMI is down 1.88 and AMC is up 6.91. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we have currently $49 million more in, is that right? Yeah. $49 million more in inflow than outflow. 61.23 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 292 minutes, putting us on pace for about 81.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market we would see somewhere between 50 and 70 million. Probably going to be off by at least 10 million if I had to guess. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.35. On the daily, which is above average, by the way, on the daily we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 77.01, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, more buying pressure. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's hard to tell. I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 63.16, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.77, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.75, which is above average. Let's see if there's a lot of volatility. You can see the volatility's kind of been high ever since 1:15-ish Eastern Standard Time. Let me pull back over the other chart real quick here as we look at. Actually, I think I trashed the signal. Let me pull it back up. Today's Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Oops. That is not what I wanted to do. I just want to see where we're at on this, see how it looks. It's trying to deviate away from this this trend again. So we're hitting the level of resistance at 25.40, trying to break through. Prices at 25.43, and we've traded 61.62 million shares so far. And I can see what it is you guys are saying again here. They borrow shares when they expect the price to run, and they benefit of the current fees. Yes, I think I agree with that. Like, WTF did I just watch this type of moment? Huh? Jen is asking, would the borrowed shares be recalled back because of Ape? I kind of felt like that's what should potentially happen, that we might eventually see that happen before the 22nd. But I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I'm guesstimating. I don't know the true answer to that, Jen. I'm thinking that makes sense to me. but I don't know that to be the case. Yeah, M height, if you actually go to a 30-minute interval and you take away the extended hours, I called it out earlier this morning and put in a blue line for the handle on it, but it does appear to be a pretty decent cup and handle. The blue line is what I kind of estimated it might drop down to, is about 23.41, but it didn't even get that far, um, which is kind of surprising. Yeah, I know, right? Fukyu says they borrowed 10 million shares at that interest. I know. And those fees, you got to remember the fees too. It's not just the interest, it's the fees. Yeah, Joe says they're gonna well, and you know what I'm kind of expecting, Joe? I'm expecting to see it in the pre-market or the aftermarket hours. That's where I'm really expecting to see it have happen the most. Watch it drop pretty drastically in the aftermarket hours. Actually, let's just call it the extended hours. In the extended hours, yeah, because I don't know if it's going to be pre-market or if it's going to be after hours today, but my feeling is that we'll see that big drop that you're talking about going leading into tomorrow. And the reason that I say that, Jojo, is because it makes the most sense, right? Nobody can close their positions overnight. So if they drop the price overnight, all those positions are going to be stuck. And this is why I keep telling everybody, if you are playing options correctly, then you should have enough money to buy every single or exercise every single option that you buy. Because if you end up being out of the money at some point due to some kind of crazy price movement overnight, you at least have the ability to pick up the shares for whatever strike price you put in for. Yucca Frida, I have not seen the kitchen sink musical. No. Season Curly's says, I just wanted to thank you, Kate. I like the name. I just want to thank you, Casey, for being a steady beard through all the madness, learning a ton and enjoying the ride. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I live off I live off you guys' compliments, and I appreciate it. Actually, what I really live off of is the down votes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I really do live off of those. Those are more exciting to me. So you hit the down like button and it doesn't bother me. You go right on ahead. That you want to know how to help me more, you push the down, you hit the thumbs down button. You keep driving me forward. I love a challenge, and I love seeing people come back and giving me more down votes. And you know why? You know why I love it? Because I love screwing up people's numbers. Because YouTube's over here going like, why is this guy getting so many dislikes, but everybody keeps on watching? I love ruining algorithmic systems. They want to feed you what they want to feed you because you do something that they expect you to do. Do the unexpected. That's what this whole play is about, guys. This whole play is about doing the unexpected. Do it. Do the unexpected. If you're buying and holding, hit the down button. No, I'm really not doing reverse psychology. I'm literally telling you, hit the down button. Like that's what I live for. I love seeing the algorithms getting broken. I love it when they're broken. It confuses the crap out of the algorithms and I love it. I love that chaos because we're not defined by. We shouldn't be. We shouldn't be defined by what they want to tell us that we have to be defined by. That's why. My price prediction for the close today was 24.50 to 27.50. Casey, once we finally do MOASS, what price do you see AMC remaining at? Would it be like 100-ish or maybe like in the 30s? I hope that even people who missed the selling boat will hopefully still be winners. So I'll say this, Danny. I mean, go back and look what happened historically to GME. I mean, they ended up settling in on like 250 for like a long time, and that stock was trading at like what, $2, $6 for a while. So I expect to see something like that happen. I think I've said 150 before, but I think we could settle in on 250 for a bit. Beach guy said, I said over a year ago, one day we'll wake, get our morning, look at the pre-market, and blow coffee through our nose. I still believe that. It'll be fun, won't it? Hot coffee through your nose. You'll never forget that day, beach guy, when it happens. You'll never, ever, ever forget it. You will never, ever forget blowing hot coffee through your nose. Hot cotch. Hot cotchy. Captain Awesome said, Casey Shaw, act like you're about to tie your shoes, but crap your pants instead. Never let them know what your next move. That's right. Be willing to, my wife complained. She used to complain sometimes every once in a while. She'd be like, "Why do you always take different ways home?" And I was like, I don't ever want to. I don't want, you never know who's following you, right? Like if somebody's following you, you want to know if they're following you or not. Then you take a different way home. See if you can get cars following you. I don't know. It's just you never know what you're gonna see on a different route. Just be random. There's no reason that you have to always take the left-hand turn on a, if you live on the other side of the block and the street goes the same distance on either side, there's no reason why you always got to go left. Sometimes you can go right. Doesn't matter. I actually have that situation where I live right now. Where we come into the community, we can either take a left or right, and it's equal distance both ways. Fook, the volume's going pretty good. We're at 63.23 million shares. I suggested, what did I suggest this morning? I just suggested 50 to 70. So volume is definitely doing better than I would have anticipated. We'll probably end up hitting higher than my numbers. Yeah, sometimes I chew the food on the right side of my mouth. Sometimes I chew it on the left. I don't know. It's whatever I'm feeling like from one day to the next. Just change it up in life, Alrighty, guys. I gotta take a break. I'm gonna come back at 2:10. Let me get the message back up here. Mitch says, "Okay, Jason Bourne, Casey." I'm not really saying somebody's following me. I'm just saying like you'll know if somebody's following you if you like, you know, one day you just take a random different direction. I've done that before, like legit. Like I thought somebody was following me, so I just take a random turn just to see what happens. But I'm not saying I think that all the time. There was one time I was right though. They were definitely following me because I made there was they didn't know the neighborhood. It was apparent because I made about two turns that would have led back to the same direction that they could have just made one turn on, and they were following me. And I was like, oh yeah, not going back to my house, not driving to my house. That's not recent, by the way. Was it Elmo? No. The Big Tramp 007 style. Oh, man. But I have had somebody follow me before. Definitely. Casey, you're always gonna think people are following you after this play. Nah, man, I'm not. I'm not gonna worry about it. All right, I'm gonna let you guys go. They're letting the noise in. See you guys in a bit. Back a little early. I don't know. I was just kind of done with break. It happens. I don't know. Every once in a while it happens. It's just kind of like, you know what? I'm just done with break. You know what time it is? It is the Power Hour. For those of you who don't know, I like to bring a toast to you guys for the Power Hour. And today's toast is brought to you by Casey Strew. Let's see, Casey Seuss. We'll go with Casey Seuss instead of Bob Ross. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. The mailman lost the bout. The clock struck 3 and apes ran free. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Cheers. Yeah. Nothing like an adventurous ape toast. That is good. I gotta go for another sip. Hold on a second. This is good. We could rename this drink. We could rename it to Hedgie's Tears. That'd be kind of fun. But I do like the Adventurous Ape title though. It's pretty nice. All right, that was 3 good sips there. More like gulps, but whatever. Let me get the message off the screen and take a dive into the numbers. You know what sucks? There's probably people who are going to miss that cool little Casey Seuss moment. It's all right. I saved it for another time. Let me log in real quick here, and we'll take a look at the numbers for the last time of the day. Uh-oh. I think I left my phone somewhere. Oh, there it is. Hold on a second. Holy Toledo. I got a lot of notifications. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could prevent keeping somebody out of your account that you may not want in there. Try it out now. Now's a good time before something major happens. If you don't like it, get rid of it. With that, I'm going to take you guys over to the screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until after I get back. The big tramp. Let's see here. All right, starting with off exchange. An hour ago is, oh shoot. I usually have enough time. I refresh that and it instantly popped up with the new numbers. Normally I read off the numbers an hour ago. Not this time. It like instantly refreshed. I must have some really speedy internet connection. Right now we've got 69.91%. Nice. Of off exchange going through those two off exchanges, the off exchange and the CBOE EDGX. That's pretty high amount of volume. An hour ago there was 10.1 thousand contracts having been borrowed. For the day it's still 10.1, very high number. That's going to keep the estimated current short share interest of the free float at 18.37. Cost per borrow average is 8.52%. Max at 11.08, min at 7.94, and percentage of the free float that's on loan, the shares on loan is 132.34 million, 5.5 million increase day over day, with 2 million of that being estimated to be short interest. Taking a look at our options, an hour ago at a $25 strike price, there was 46.2 thousand contracts. There's now 50. In regards to the puts, $21 is still the leader. There was 13.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 13.9. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently 5th most heavily traded stock with 52% buys to 48% sales. And GME is 28th with 59% buys to 41% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $21.30. It does appear that there's only been return in shares since earlier today. Fees are at 6.3%. We've got 115.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 90.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 100.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.72, Dow Jones is up 0.02, and the S&P 500 is down 0.19. We currently have 4,011 advancers to 2,842 decliners. VIX is up 4%, VTI is down 0.13, IWD is up 0.35, Tesla is down 2.86, Amazon is down 1.77, Cinemark is down 0.23, Doge is down 0.27, Bitcoin is up 0.67, GME is down 1.11, HYMC is down 0.5, Hood is down 0.09, NCMI is down 0.94, and AMC is up 7.65%. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have I can't do this math. 61? Is it 60? I think it might be 61 million more in volume. Let me check. Oops, I did the wrong one. 333 minus 272. Yeah, 60. I did the math right. Yeah, woo! It's $61 million more in in inflow money. Millions of dollars of inflow. Volume is 68.52. I'm going to be wrong on my volume prediction for the day today, guys, but it probably won't be all that terrible. It'll be a little bit too low. I said somewhere between 50 and 70 million in volume for the day. We're at 68.53, so we're really close. We've traded for 344 minutes. We're on pace for about 77.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.52, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 77.21, which is signaling overbought. On a hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.55, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.81, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure. Well, hold on. I'm going to call it the same. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.51, which is just slightly above average. I'm going to drag over this other screen here real quick just to see what the pattern looks like in contrast to where we actually are. There's been a massive deviation away from the algorithmic trade that we've been having since Monday. This is not looking anything the same, and the only way that this would even come close to lining up is if we had like a massive drop by the end of the day, going from our current pricing of 24 or 25.41 and then finishing out the day at like 23.66. It would be a pretty large drop at the very end. It could happen, but it looks to me like something changed pretty drastically right around. I mean, actually, it changed twice, but the big change was probably most heavily seen right around like 2:07 ish, maybe around 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Be For those of you who hold options, be wary. Be wary that they don't try to close this price out and drop it on you overnight. No, not financial advice. Just be careful. I want you guys to make money. Drive your big tramp into a pool, Casey. I'm sorry I've offended you, Yucca Frida. I don't know what's going on there. Let's see here. Dr. Zeno just said, probably said it before I read it, but this is one. Well, obviously he did. He said this is one huge options trap. Yeah, I really feel like this is where they drop the price like $1.50 or $2 overnight. Boo Marley says, "I just got off the phone with Fidelity. You would hold your Ape shares until they transferred them out of your account. I don't believe that to be the case. We've seen multiple occasions where the ex-dividend date, Boo, is going to be on the 22nd. So the idea that you can sell your shares of AMC and still hold Ape shares after the 19th or before the 19th. I think you were talking to either you're talking to a first level uh, operator who doesn't understand the difference, or you might need to escalate that because we've actually seen Fidelity saying that the ex-dividend date is the 22nd, so that would mean that you would need to hold your shares through the 19th. Oh, and they told you to be cautious because AMC could run and I could be out of money. That doesn't sound like something somebody would say. I don't know who you were talking to, but that does not sound like something somebody would say from a broker. Not anybody who could give you, they can't say stuff like that. There's no way they can say stuff like that. Whoever you're talking to has very low level status at the company and should not be saying those kind of things. Scott says, is 30 a possibility tomorrow? I don't know. If wrestling is fake, so are movies. Yep, that's usually the case. But at least in a lot of movies, not all, but a lot of movies, they try to get it, as close to real as possible. For I guess it depends on the genre of movie you're talking about. Obviously not like Marvel or whatever, but you know. Oh, I'm diving into the numbers. Driving into a pool full of numbers. Got it. Okay. I'm just telling you right now, Boom Marley, that if you ever get somebody who tells you something like that on the phone when you call up Fidelity, you talk to their supervisor and you tell their supervisor what they said to you. Because nobody first level, nobody should be saying that at Fidelity to you at all. Period. I can't imagine anybody ever saying that. They can get a lot of trouble for saying something like that to you. Yeah, I would call them back and talk to their supervisor because that's not how they spoke to you is not how I would expect a Fidelity customer service rep to talk to you. That Curtis Soule says, yeah, that's financial advice, and that's correct. I mean, everything that you're saying right there is either false or what they said was extremely inappropriate for what a financial institution should say to you or can say to you. Yucca Frida said first level calls are routed to India. Yeah, we've heard that before, Easter Beast. Again, more first level responses to what then they're not understanding what's going to happen. I think part of the problem is that we still haven't even seen a filing go through yet. So I think a lot of these institutions aren't really sure how they're going to handle this because they haven't seen the paperwork. So I don't know. I know Fidelity and actually a couple other institutions. Excuse me, I got indigestion. Fidelity and a bunch of other companies out there have been changing their what's the word I'm looking for? Changing their stories. So Dr. Zena says the average customer service rep of these brokers doesn't know the difference between the Greeks and the options and the Greek and the salad. We're at 25.77 and we got a nice little run going. We are approaching the top side of the Bollinger Band right now on 69.8 million in volume. Rose says, I think that once the filing gets approved, the hedge funds will finally cough up. Stockwiz says, Casey, are you dropping big money on the low dollar plays? No. No. I'm AMC. My portfolio has 100% AMC in it right now. I don't think I have anything else. I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure I don't have anything else. It's possible I have like a leftover share somewhere of something that I didn't exit out of, but I'm all AMC. I've only done this one other time in my life where I went 100% on something, and that was when I went with Facebook. and no joke, guys, it took me 2 years to double my money, but damn it, it was so nice when it finally doubled, though. We just touched 2603, and now we're starting to come back down after crawling up really hard upside the top side of a Bollinger Band. You know what, Boo? I'm not going to call them until after we find out. Either they say something that I'm seeing in print that's the opposite of what I've already seen, which is the opposite of what you're saying, or until after the New York Stock Exchange files the approval for the ticker, and only then will I call because otherwise I'm just wasting my time. No, I didn't see any news on the hood, but I'll tell you what I did see, NJ Fish Killer. Did you hear about Melvin Capital? Yep, that's why I said, Boo, I'm not even bother contacting him because it's pointless. They're going to get updated constantly. The floor level guys at first level are going to be constantly updated every single day. They're going to get different stories, and it's absolutely pointless, which is why I told you you need to contact their supervisor. if you want a more solid answer, and more than likely that supervisor will tell you that they don't have the full details yet, and that they're waiting for the final details before they can probably solidify on an answer. Yep, I bought into the Facebook IPO. And that was rough. It was really, really rough, but I knew it was going to be worth something, and I went all in on it. I knew that it had massive amounts of volume because the industry that I work in, semiconductor industry, right? Like I know when people are buying, who's buying computer chips and whatnot. And but the other part that I know is that the amount of data that they collect. It's not what they were buying. It was more about the data that they collect. And I knew that if they were collecting that kind of data, that the data was worth a lot of money. If you get that kind of information about, and you know what kind of information Facebook collects, that money is worth way more than its price in gold, weight in gold. Way, way more, because the information's like almost weightless, right? So it just costs you whatever it costs you to put it onto servers. And so I knew that Facebook was going to be worth a lot of money. And I kept getting made fun of a lot for that. Big time. And I had to go through 2 years, but finally doubled. Craig says, hey Casey, how does Ape affect ETFs? Will they suddenly have half AMC, half Ape? I would think so, Craig, but I'm not 100% certain on that answer. I mean, it seems logical that that would be the case, but we'll have to wait and see. I'll have to find a clip for that, War Dog. I don't have one. In fact, Thick sent me a clip a long time ago that I was using, and then I've somehow managed to lose that. So Robinhood must face U.S. market manipulation claims over meme stock rally. Judge rules. Nice. Yeah, it wasn't inside info. It wasn't inside info at all, because I didn't. They weren't actually buying any chips at the time, but I knew that they were going to be buying chips because it was just simple. It was regular media news, right? They were talking about what kind of server systems that they were going to be putting up, and I knew that if they were going to be placing orders in, and for chips, then it was going to be moving up. So nobody goes in and starts talking about wanting massive amounts of servers unless they're collecting information. So it was all just regular media. It was nothing on the inside at all. We don't have, like, in the semiconductor industry, we don't get that kind of information in advance. Like the media gets it way before we do. The orders come in after the fact. The American Trader says, I talked to Fidelity this morning about something totally different, and before I hung, I asked if there was any news, an ape, and she said, not now. I think you're saying not now. Now, but all the heads have been turning a lot of meetings about it. Cuddy Cut says, Casey, you know what else doubled? What else doubled? I feel like that's a joke. Oh, well, this one's more than doubled since I bought into it. I bought into it at well, originally at 14, but I got my average down to 9 at one point. The whole market's going to be accountable. Yeah, yes, yeah, something like that, Stock Whiz. Nice DD, Mr. Pelosi. Trust me, if I had insider information, like I wouldn't have gotten in at the price that I got in at. But they would have caught me for market. They would have caught me for market fraud for sure. I think I originally got in on Facebook at 35 or 36. Someone it was real close to that. What doubled these nuts? Nice one, Captain. Casey quietly looking stat. No, man. There's if I had insider information, I would have never made a trade. That's why I do everything by the book, right? Like that's why when somebody said, if you get a strike, you can come over and do your videos on my channel. I'm like, no, I would just honor the strike because I don't want to break the rules. There's there is nothing. There's like I can't even imagine. Like why would you do? People talk about like not paying their taxes on AMC after it's all said and done, like trying to run away from the taxes. Why would you do something idiotic like that? Why would you take in life-changing money and then try to ruin your life on such a dumb thing like trying to avoid taxes? Like that makes no sense to me. Just follow the stinking rules and you'll be okay. You know what I mean? Like there's no reason to break the rules. You can make money without breaking them. Yeah, because my average was 14, and then I doubled down when we got down to $6, and then it went down to 5. Oh man, I thought for sure AMC was done running down when we got to 6, and then it went down to 5. And like knowing that I could have saved that extra buck was kind of like one of those things that was that moment in time where I went like, why am I complaining over a stupid dollar? Like that's not how this works. You just get in when you get in. Boo, I'm quite honestly, I don't know how it's gonna. I really don't know how it's gonna go down. But we're gonna find out, and it's not that far away. I don't know what a big time is. Buck says 86,000 new IRS agents agree. Yeah. I just don't understand. Like, why in the world would you put yourself at that kind of risk? Like going to jail over, some kind of like insider trading or something like that. It just seems so dumb. It's just what you can't even claim that it's a mistake. Following you and changing routes home makes sense. Whatever. That's pretty funny though. James is yelling again. Stop yelling, James. Yeah, I tell you what, it does really does look like another options trap here for sure, but I guess we'll see what happens here. I can't give you that advice, AMC GME. I really can't. I've had a lot of people ask me that question, and I can't give that kind of advice. That's going to be something you're going to have to decide on your own. What I can say is that I think that APE or Ape shares are just as valuable, if not more, and I would lean towards the more side than AMC shares. Normally, preferred stock is more valuable or runs higher prices. So, I mean, you're going to have to make your own decision. I can't tell you what to do. I can't even give you advice as to which I think is better a better buy. But in regards to how I think the valuation, I think that they're at least as valuable as, or if not more valuable than AMC shares. I don't care, Yucca Frida. It doesn't matter, man. The IRS is not coming after me. I'm good. I would never ever break a rule like that. It just seems too stupid. Like that's just if you're gonna break rules, you just can't get caught. Like why would you? That's one of those easy ones you can get caught by. But if you're gonna break some rule, break a rule you're not gonna ever get caught on. Be at least be a smart criminal. You know what I'm saying? Like don't be a dumb criminal. That's an easy one to get caught on. I don't know. I've always kind of wondered that about criminals in general. Like, why in the world would you do something so stupid that would cause your life to just be thrown down the drains like that? Like, if you're gonna do something, if you're gonna break the law in some way or another, like at least make it worth your while. Think about it a little bit, maybe, or I don't know, plan it out. Don't go rob a liquor store and go to jail for a couple years. It just doesn't seem very smart. Hey, don't worry about it, James. It's not a problem. I was just teasing you, anyways. Man, uh, beach guy, we've all had our moments, right? Doug's saying I think I smell an after hours rally. I was actually thinking the opposite, but we'll see. I'm looking for an options trap. For free. You got your ape shares for free. Can't go wrong using TurboTax. Man, I swear by TurboTax. Swear by it. See, Duncan's saying, yeah, go be a hedge fudge man. Hedge fudge. Why have I never thought of that before? Hedge fudge. A hedge fudge manager. Make backup files, Casey, in case FBI raids you. Man, my life is an open book, man. It's seriously like the biggest open book ever. No, for free. I can't do it anymore, Tater Tot. I think I've ruined my voice. I can't quite do it. I used to do this so much better, but Alan says, "Hey Casey, why don't you like driving with the windows down in the freeway? I missed the story the other day." So I had an 18 wheeler that was riding next to me, and the tire blew, and I got hit with tire shrapnel. And let me tell you, it's. I mean, I wasn't hurt. I didn't get hurt at all, but it was extremely scary. And so I will never ever ever ride with my windows down on the freeway anymore. James says, Casey, 1954 incoming today, I believe, right before we jump Friday and next week's squeeze. Bears are hungry for option gamblers. More than likely. I don't know about the price, but yeah, I mean, Micah. Cinnamon Toast Crunch Shot. I haven't had one of those before, but that sounds really good, and I've heard they're good. Zach says, had that same happen to me, was nuts. Dude, it's nothing. There's nothing more surprising than hearing a massive boom and then having hot tire hit you in the side of the head. It is it makes you wake up pretty quick. It's pretty shocking. I'm glad nothing happened because those tires can be pretty nasty. They can have a lot of like wires and crap in them. Open book, but you need a two password of authentication to get access. Yeah, man. I mean, you don't want anybody to just get. I mean, my passwords are pretty easy, Yucca. Open book. That's why I want somebody. I don't want somebody to just guess my password to get in. That way, I don't have to worry about it, right? Easy password. It doesn't matter. Yeah, let's take a look at it, yo. Let's see where we're at here. There was a definite divergence of these, though. Look at that. Massive divergence of the two. I don't think they're anywhere close to being the same, so that makes me feel so much better. I like seeing this. This is like legit makes me feel so much better. Somebody said to take this right here, split it and mirror it and see if it doesn't fit, see if the algorithm didn't flip it, this portion right here. It may have. We can do that next. We can do that tomorrow. Check it out and see. Yeah, Zach says I thought I was being shot initially. That's actually I thought an explosion had happened, like the truck blew up next to me or something. But the concussion of the explosion like disorientated me for a second while I was driving 65 miles an hour or so. It's called tire shredding. Okay. I'm ending the poll, guys. 64% said yes. 36% said no. I'll reach out to Elmo and see what Elmo says. Einstein says, lately I feel like the guy on the street corner holding a sign that says the end is near. I listened to a really good. Let me share a video with you. Somebody, I don't want to like say any names, but somebody shared this video with me because I usually like to ask first if it's okay that I shout them out. But somebody shared this video with me, and I'm gonna share it with you. And I hope that maybe this reaches everybody, and you guys all take away something from this video because it's really true. I've had this in my lifetime. I'm going to pin it to the top. I've had this in my lifetime. I've had times where I've had family that have supported me, and I've had times where family has been against me. And the moments where you start to feel like you're that guy who's holding the sign that says the world is ending, are those self-doubt moments that this guy is talking about in here. And I want you to listen to this. I want you to go listen to it, and I'd play it here, but I don't want to get another content strike. But I want you to go listen to it, and I want you to just really hear the words that are there, and know that what he is saying is true. It is very, very true. Strive to be more. Strive constantly to be more, and don't doubt yourself. Boo says preferred stock are more valuable, but what if? I think I can stop you right there at the what if. Preferred stock are more valuable. End of story, period. No what ifs. I don't care how many what ifs you throw at me. I would put a period right there. Period. I caught a green behind the ears private putting AIT in a 5-ton air in a 5-ton tire ring up and not in a cage. I had him cleaning toilets for a month. Whew. Duncan says, guess one of those times was when you had a mouthful of soap. Like when you're gonna lie about something. Probably. Casey, your numbers guy, what was the estimate average shares held retail ape at the last count? I mean, I can only think of one count in regards to what it is that you're talking about, and that was the Say Technologies count. And the average, I think, was I don't remember what it was. I forget. Amy says, Casey, when do you think the market's going to dump to new low? Amy, I thought it was already going to be there. I really did. I really thought we would have been there by now. Sam I Am says, Casey, Tony sent me to give you a message 2 weeks. Sam, you go back to Tony, you tell him drinky drink. Drinky drink, barbecue. Oh, when I felt my family was against me. Okay. Yeah, no. Doesn't that make them even more valuable, yo, if they're less liquid? If they're less liquid, then it makes them even more valuable. I don't know where you guys are getting the 140 from and 150 from. Nikki, welcome back. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like it might run down in the aftermarket today, or maybe in the pre-market tomorrow morning, just to satisfy. Some. It's well over max pain. Max pain is, I think, at what are we, 21 today? Let me just check again real quick here. I think it's 21. Yeah, 21. Max pain is 21 right now, and here we are sitting at 25. I would imagine, and we've seen them borrow like 10 point. Last time I checked, total amount of borrowed shares for the day was 10.1 million shares. I have never seen ever that I can recall since I've been doing this live stream. I can never remember a time where there was double digits on the borrow side through Ortex, which tells me that either somebody's opening up a lot of short interest, which means price is probably going down, or somebody's going to use a lot of shares to try and um, manipulate the price down tomorrow. Yeah, I know, Jana. Unfortunately, I'm one voice. Every single one of you guys are a voice. For every one of my voice, it goes out to 200 and some odd people, or 300 some odd people, or maybe 1,000 some odd people. But every single one of you guys has a voice too. And so if you agree with the idea that those ape shares are worth more, then your voice should be heard also. So, and trust me, Jana, I have been going everywhere trying to fight fires. Everywhere. I spent a lot of time trying to fight fires yesterday. Probably not as much as I would have liked, but that's because I spent family time yesterday too, and I have to balance my time out. So, the, the I agree with what you're saying, but it's on every single one of us here, right? We all have a voice. Use it. That's that's the beauty behind this. My 5 reasons. My 5 reasons why, guys. I don't know if I have to say them again, but I'm going to say them. Reason number 3. My reason number 3. Why? We've never had a method by which to counter the algorithmic trading of the institutions until now. And why? Because we have social media that allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. Why? Because as humans, we desire community. We have communities of people that are out there. It's your voice. It's not my voice. It's your voice. You say what you think is right, and you say it loud. You go around all the different places you can say it, and you tell people what you're thinking. It's okay to say what you think. Don't tell people to do what. Don't tell people what to do with their money, but just tell them what you think. So when hedgies borrow, could they be looking for real shares? Sure. I mean, if they're going to try and drop price, they'll try and elicit shares being sold into the market. Einstein's saying either they are prepping to hold off a big run or they'll try to scare people out before next week. One of the two, probably. Thick says the kitchen sink will be sponsored by Kohler. But yeah, you guys you have a voice. Use it. James, I love what you said. Lord willing, I'm glad I'm independent and I don't care about people's opinions, just care about the truth. And that I respect if I'm wrong. There is no spoon. Oh man. Even if you don't buy the preferred stock, it'll still be more valuable than a shorted stock. Mind question mark, and I would say yes. Mind you, Ape and AMC are two different stocks. Yes, but they have similarities. And they also don't have similarities. Oh man, here's the push at the very last minute of the day. The final few minute push. Javi, the burritos are coming, man. The burritos are coming. Fook says, "There's your 10 million shares." Yeah, no kidding, right? Right there at the very end of the day, pushing the 10 million out. Thanks, Broken Mug, man. I appreciate it. Well, you know what? Cuddy Cut did it, guys. You guys can blame Cuddy Cut for this one. But you know what, though? It's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's our last trading day before we get a nice weekend. Be ready for it. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, walk your pets, or maybe go see a movie. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
fox is done running, and the beast is at bay. He'd run them in circles by the end of the day, and they chased him through the brambles, and they chased him through the fields, and they chased him forever. But the fox would not yield, and some saw a shadow on the crest of a hill, and the hounds were distracted away from the kill. One day we'll reach a great ocean, at the end of a pale afternoon, and we lay down our heads just like we were sleeping, be told by the drag of the moon. We ran through the forests, and we ran through the streams, and we ran through the heaven, till we ran in our dreams, and you were my lover, and I was your bow, and we ran like the river. For what else did we know? One day we'll reach a great ocean, at the end of a pale afternoon, and the dogs are all worn out, and the horses are lame, all the hunters and the hunted, at the end of the day. Love was a river, a wild mountain stream, and a tumbling fury on the edge of a dream, and they chased us through the brambles, and they chased us through the fields, and they chased us forever. But the heart would not yield. This fox is done running. It's the end of the day. I'm ready to answer. I'm ready to pay. And this river's done running. When the time will come soon, carried to the great ocean by the drag of the moon. Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. That's the Royal Philharmonic. Maestro Stephen Mercurio. Thank you.